It being a Wednesday, we will now have the singing of the national anthem led by the honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you. O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command. Quand on voit ses porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be opened. Qu'on ouvre les portes.
Let the doors be opened.
Statements by members. Déclaration.
Statements by members. Order.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to pay tribute to Kamloops Art Gallery Executive Director Jan Bailey. Jan has been recognized by the Canadian Museums Association and will be the first recipient of the Barbara A. Tyler Award in Museum Leadership.
Hear, hear.
This award recognizes an individual who has demonstrated leadership, dedication, and vision in taking his or her museum to a new level of contribution to Canadian society. Jan meets this description to a T and is truly deserving of this award. She has been the executive director of the Kamloops Art Gallery since 1987, working hard to propel the art gallery from a little-known facility located in the basement of the Kamloops Museum to overseeing the building and operation of an award-winning facility that has gained a prominent national reputation. On behalf of the government, thank you, Jan, for your years of dedication to the arts community in Canada.
Well done.
Here, here.
Well done. Okay. The honourable member for Bramalea, Gore, Malton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At a time when the airport security is a particular concern for the safety of Canadian passengers, this government has slashed funding for airport policing. The federal government has claimed to have made security a priority, but it has at the same time eliminated the entire $15 million funding that allows Canada's 8 major airports, including Mississauga Pearson Airport, to hire police officers to patrol the terminals. Since the federal regulations require armed police presence in our airports, it appears that the cost will be passed on to the passenger. This is more bad news for travelers who already got hit by the government's decision in February to increase security fee by about 50% to pay the passenger and luggage screening. I urge the government to reduce the financial burden that it is downloading onto the passenger and to stop putting air travel at risk. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Saint...
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, today is Vietnam Day and is being held on Parliament and organised by the Vietnamese Federation of Canada. It is a major forum that has been organised to celebrate the 35th anniversary of the fall of Saigon and the impact of communism in Vietnam. As first Member of Parliament of Vietnamese origin in this House, I'm proud to be associated with and to be supporting this hugely important day for so many Vietnamese people living here in Quebec and in Canada today. Today, themes such as respecting human workers' intellectual rights as well as freedom of expression and of religion in Vietnam will be discussed. These issues must be a top priority in the dialogue to come. In closing, I'd like to highlight the exceptional dedication of the organisers of this day. They are working tirelessly to promote Vietnamese culture and also to defend fundamental human rights in Vietnam.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, in 1921, Agnes McHale became the first woman elected to this House. In talking about the women who would follow in her footsteps, she said, "I can almost hear them coming." Well, there was no stampede. Just over 30 years ago, I started working in this place with Ed Broadbent to advance the status of women in our party and in politics generally. With the help in particular of Stanley Knowles, we launched a campaign that said, "A woman's place is in the House of Commons." Since then, we've made some progress, women reaching 20%, but not enough. There's still no critical mass. Worse, advances made over the past 30 years are being wiped out. The saddest moment in my 13 years here has been to see the clock turn back on pay equity and to see its elimination from the Canadian Human Rights Commission. I want to today thank all the women in my caucus who have supported me over these last 13 years, my leader, women from all walks of life in this House who have been fighting the good fight for women's equality. And I want to say together we must carry on because equality is still a distant goal. Carry on, sisters.
The honourable member. Order. The honourable member for Brant.
Mr. Speaker, in May of 1959, two amazing Canadians from the riding of Brant organized a meeting of more than 100 parents of children with cystic fibrosis. At this meeting, Doug and Donna Summerhays laid the groundwork for what would later become the Canadian Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. In the early years, Doug and Donna traveled throughout Canada, often at their own expense, to raise awareness and help establish local chapters. Doug was the foundation's first president, and Donna was the first editor of the foundation's newsletter. For their continuous efforts and remarkable achievements, Doug and Donna Summerhays were awarded the Order of Canada, Donna in 1987 and Doug in 1988. This year marks the 50th anniversary of the Canadian Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. On this momentous occasion, I salute my friends and founding members, Doug and Donna Summerhays, who are in Ottawa today to celebrate with the foundation this milestone achievement.
Hear, 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 hear. The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, cystic fibrosis is the most common, fatal genetic disease affecting Canadian children and young adults. Currently, there is no cure. There are over 3,600 Canadian children, adolescents, and adults that live with cystic fibrosis, and this year the Canadian Cystic Fibrosis Foundation is investing nearly $8 million in support of CF research and clinical care and is supporting more than 50 top-ranking research projects. While the advances are significant, cystic fibrosis is still taking young lives, and much work remains to be done. I urge this government to give increased funding to the Canadian Institutes for Health Research and to oversee new centres of clinical excellence and a world-class clinical trial network. 2010 marks the 50th anniversary of the foundation. When it was created 50 years ago, most children with cystic fibrosis did not live long enough to attend kindergarten. Today, half of all Canadians with cystic fibrosis are expected to live into their 40s and beyond. I hope members from every party will join me tonight at the Canadian Cystic Fibrosis Foundation's reception tonight to mark the Foundation's 50th anniversary and the progress made in cystic fibrosis.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, today is the 25th anniversary of the first National Day of Mourning. I speak today in the House of Commons on behalf of all Canadians for the men and women who have lost their lives in workplace tragedies. Today, we are united across party lines as we give tribute to the workers and their families who have been permanently affected by workplace tragedies. In 2009, there were 3 fatalities across Canada each day on average due to workplace accidents and the effects of occupational diseases. Canadians have a strong sense of work ethic, and it is appropriate we honour those who have fallen in the line of their professional duties. These men and women have paid the ultimate price while making our communities better places to live, and they deserve the honour we bestow upon them today. I call on all honourable members to rededicate themselves to employees' workplace rights and to remain committed to making all Canadian work environments as safe as possible to protect workers across Canada.
Good job.
Thank you.
The honourable member. The honourable member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, the 50th anniversary of the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation is an opportunity to salute to individuals who work to find cures or who give comfort and support to people affected by this illness. It's also the right time to reflect on the courage of those living with the disease. I'd like to pay tribute to two young women in my riding who have shown, despite having cystic fibrosis, that they can excel in activities that require guts and determination. The Varanoise Valérie Terrien excels at singing. She shared her passion of the vocal arts at the Youth Festival with her performance of the song Crazier. At the figure skating club of Boucherville, Maggie Ritchie showed how proficient she was by figure skating to the song Vol, popularized by Celine Dion. Maggie showed us that despite the major treatment advances, the battle hasn't been won because life expectancy is still only 40 years of age. Bravo, ladies.
Centre.
Canada's Economic Action Plan is creating jobs and promoting economic growth in communities right across Canada.
All right.
Since July 2009, Canada has created almost 180,000 new jobs and has seen 5 consecutive months of economic growth.
Right.
Canada will lead the G7 in growth in the years ahead, according to institutions like the OECD and IMF. What's more, Standard & Poor's just confirmed Canada's rock-solid credit rating, saying the ratings on Canada reflect our opinion of the country's strong public finances, its relatively diversified economy, the stability of public policy, and its financial sector soundness. Of the other G7 countries, Canada is posting the best fiscal results. Canada is now well positioned to continue to outperform. While the Liberal leader would kill jobs with massive personal and business tax hikes, our Conservative government is getting the job done and building a stronger Canadian economy.
That's great. The honourable member for St. John's South Mount Pearl.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend, the Royal Newfoundland Regiment's 1st Battalion celebrated the 215th anniversary of its founding and received new Queen's and regimental colours from the Princess Royal. I was honoured to participate. The Royal Newfoundland Regiment traces its origins to 1795. The regiment was involved in the War of 1812 and played a significant role in defending southern Ontario. During the First World War, the battalion-sized regiment was the only North American unit to fight in the Gallipoli campaign of 1915. Later in the war, the regiment was decimated at Beaumont Hamel on July 1, 1916, the first day of the Battle of the Somme. Since then, July 1st has been marked as Memorial Day in Newfoundland and Labrador. Mr. Speaker, like many in our province, I have a personal connection to the regiment. My grandfather was a member. I ask all members of this House to join me in congratulating the Royal Newfoundland Regiment on their 215th anniversary. Thank you.
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that our Conservative government will always put the protection of victims and law-abiding Canadians before the rights of criminals. Sure do. Dangerous criminals should serve their sentences behind bars, not on our streets because of early release. Victims and police officers have repeatedly told us releasing criminals onto our streets early has a much higher cost than keeping criminals behind bars. The Liberals and NDP have shown that they have a fundamentally different view on what it really means to be tough on crime. While they think arsonists should be able to sit in the comfort of their homes, we do not. While they think drug traffickers should go free, we do not. While they think criminals only need to serve 1/6 of their sentence, we do not. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know there's only one party they can trust when it comes to getting tough on crime, and that is our Conservative government.
Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Mr. Speaker, since the Liberal leader announced his intention to force his members to support the ineffective and costly long arms registry, the member for Madawaska-Restigouche hasn't said whether he will toe the party line. When he voted to abolish the firearms registry in November, the member for Madawaska-Restigouche said, and I quote, "Hunting rifles are used for sport generally, and I cannot be opposed to that. I'm an adult and I can make my own decisions, and I will be speaking to constituents, I have been speaking to constituents from my riding for the past 5 years. It's time for the member to make his intentions known. Is he going to make up his own mind, or is he going to be forced by the Liberal leader to maintain the Long Arms Registry? He has an important choice to make. I hope that he's going to listen to his constituents and vote for the abolition of the Long Arms Registry once and for good.
For Hamilton Mountain.
On behalf of the NDP caucus, it is an honour to rise in this House today to commemorate the National Day of Mourning in sombre remembrance of workers killed, injured or exposed to toxins at work. I know that all MPs will take time today to mourn the dead. But if we really want to pay tribute to those who were killed on the job, we need to bring that same collective sense of purpose to fighting for the living. Standing in this House year after year on April 28th, without committing ourselves to concrete action starting on April 29th, makes our tributes today a hollow gesture. Common sense tells us that when the minimum wage remains below a living wage, requiring many workers to work 14 hours a day, often in 2 or 3 jobs, they're less protected than a worker who's well rested. We know that unionized workplaces are safer workplaces. Unions and collective bargaining give workers some control over their workplace conditions and enable workers to protect themselves from the brutality of a workplace assault. Yet card check certification has still not been extended to all workers in this country. On this day of mourning, I ask all members of this House to do more than pay lip service. Don't just mourn the dead. Join New Democrats in fighting for the living by turning our concern into action.
L'honorable député de Rivière-des...
The Honourable Member for Rivière-les-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 28th of April, a day of mourning started with the Canadian Union movement. In 1991, the Canadian government recognised this day as a day of mourning in memory of those who died or were injured in their workplace. Despite the ongoing efforts and the progress in occupational health and safety, there is still a large number of people who die, are injured or fall ill due to their work. The rate of injuries leading to disability in the federally regulated workplaces has increased by 5% between 2002 and 2007, while the provinces have been successful in cutting the injury rate by 25%. Today, members of the Bloc Québécois pay tribute to these men and women who've lost their lives, who've been injured, or who are ill due to their work, and are calling on the government to work actively to improve safety of workers under their jurisdiction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, today we mark the National Day of Mourning for those killed or injured in the workplace. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, waking up in the morning and getting ready to go for work and asking yourself, is today the day I die at work? This is the slogan for the Canadian Labour Congress's National Day of Mourning. In 2008, over 1,000 people were killed in their workplace or from occupational diseases. Thousands more were injured in such an extent that they had to miss work. Most, if not all of these accidents are preventable. The government has a positive role to play in ensuring that our workplaces are safe and to enforce the law when employers are found in violation. Today, we remember those that have lost their lives or been injured in the workplace. These people are ordinary Canadians who went to work, provided for their families, and worked to make Canada a better place to live, work, and play. This could be any one of our members of our family or neighbours. We must all do what we can to make our workplace even safer. I encourage all members of this House to work together in order to prevent any more of these tragic losses of life and injuries in the
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the Government of Canada to voice our support for families and workers who are mourning a person who's lost his or her life at work. The best way of paying tribute to deceased workers is to work even harder to ensure that Canada's workplaces are as safe and secure as possible. Our government brought in tough regulations to deal with violence in the workplace. In the spring and summer, we will focus on safety and security for young workers to ensure that our sons and daughters understand their workplace rights and that they have the confidence necessary to blow the whistle on dangerous working conditions. My colleagues and I will remember those who've lost their lives and will renew our undertaking to ensure that all Canadians can go home at the end of the day safe and sound to their families after their work day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Order.
Suite aux discussions entre les...
That all members of this House, or following the discussions that were had, I think that it is timely to have a moment of silence to commemorate the National Day of Mourning and to honour the work of the lives of those workers who died in the workplace.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I hope I speak for everyone in this House when I salute your historic decision made yesterday. I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, will he fully comply with your ruling yesterday, and will he now work with us in good faith to do what we first proposed 5 months ago, that is, respect the authority of Parliament, deliver the documents, and provide Canadians with the truth that they deserve?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, you've made a ruling at the same time, as you know, and I think was recognized the fact that the government has certain legal obligations that are established under statutes passed by this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we obviously want to proceed in a way that will respect both of those things, and of course we will be open to any reasonable suggestion to achieve those two objectives.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I still did not hear a clear answer to the question of whether the government will comply with the ruling. But my question is now about his understanding of that ruling. Does he now understand that the ultimate decision to invoke national security to prevent the disclosure of documents, that decision rests with this House, with the elected representatives of the people, and not with the government?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we look forward to both complying with your ruling and with the legal obligations that have been established by statutes passed by this Parliament. And, Mr. Speaker, of course, the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, the government cannot break the law. It cannot order public servants to break the law, nor can it do anything that would unnecessarily jeopardize the safety of Canadian troops.
The
Honourable Leader of the Opposition. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we respect the obligation to respect national security and operational security of our troops. So the question is, will the government and the Prime Minister finally work in cooperation with us, respecting the will of the House, respecting the decision that was made in order to protect the security of our troops, but also to provide the truth to Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, you have made a decision. At the same time, the government has legal obligations that have been set out in legislation adopted by this House. Mr. Speaker, we are seeking ways to respect those two obligations, and obviously we are open to reasonable suggestions. The Honourable to choose, even if they are victims of rape. We know that systematic rape is used as a weapon of war in many conflicts in Africa. How can they claim to defend maternal health while taking away the rights of African women, the right to make choices about their own bodies? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation.
Release from organizations that are trying to work with us on this issue. They say it's time to focus on the hope and opportunity that this G8 initiative on maternal, newborn and child health represents, and end the suffering of millions of families around the world. It's time to commit significant new investments to meet the need. It's time to measure success in lives saved, not political points scored. Mr. Speaker, that's from the CEOs, World Vision, UNICEF, Results Canada, Care Canada, Plan Canada, and Save the Children.
The Honourable Member for LaSalle and Marde. Mr. Speaker, we could save 70,000 lives a year. The Minister for the Francophonie says that the WHO does not talk about abortion, but this is not true. The WHO agrees with the Canadian position that has existed for the past 25 years. This government is fooling around with Canada's position to satisfy ultra-religious lobbies. This reversal is worthy of the Duplessis era. It's up to women to decide what to do with their bodies and not up to the Prime Minister. What right does the Prime Minister have in interfering in medical decisions involving African women? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation.
I find terribly sad is the fact that this member and the entire opposition are trying to make an issue that simply doesn't exist. I've already read the statement of people who are trying to work with our government. Let me remind her who they are. The CEOs of World Vision, UNICEF, Results Canada, Care Canada, Plan Canada, and Save the Children. I will take their counsel, not hers.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, yesterday's decision by the Speaker of the House on the documents on Afghan prisoners could apply to the government's overall attitude. In fact, the lack of transparency, the ideological stubbornness, and the contempt for democracy are guiding the Conservative government in various files. The right of women in developing countries to abortion and the Rahim Jaffer affair are the most recent examples. After having their wrists slapped by the Speaker of the House, will the Prime Minister realize that he is a minority and stop trying to impose his ideology at all costs? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, with regard to maternal health and child health and saving the lives of mothers and women throughout the world, Mr. Speaker, our position represents the vote that took place here in the House of Commons. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. It's certainly not Quebec's vision, however, Mr. Speaker. We are not asking the Prime Minister to put in danger the security for the truth. We are asking them not to use security for opportunistic reasons to hide the truth. The Prime Minister was elected by promising greater transparency and democracy. Will he now seize this opportunity and respect the will of the House? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Bloc is talking about Quebec's will. Twice Quebecers voted on that issue, and they voted to stay in their role within a united Canada, Mr. Speaker, and the Bloc is rejecting the will of Canadians. Order. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Order. Mr. Speaker, a fourth minister has admitted being contacted by an unregistered lobbyist, Rahim Jaffer. After the Ministers of Transport, the Environment, and the Minister of State for Science and Technology, now the Minister of Industry remembers that his staff received an email from the former Conservative MP. Instead of providing it in dribs and drabs, will the Prime Minister table a full list of contacts between members of his cabinet and their staffers with unregistered lobbyist Rahim Jaffer? The The Honourable Minister of Transport.
This government expects all Canadians to follow the Lobbyist Registration Act and all the rules that it contains. This is the government which strengthened that act, Mr. Speaker. We put in place, as one of our first orders of business, an independent commissioner of lobbying that can make determinations based on issues that are brought to her attention. I say to the member opposite, if she has any evidence that anyone has contradicted the act, she should follow the example of members of this government and turn it over to that independent commissioner.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay Saint-Constant. It has now been established that Rahim Jaffer lobbied his former Conservative colleagues without registering. Yet, from the start, the Prime Minister was advised by the private investigator that Rahim Jaffer had promised to open the Prime Minister's office to his business associates. Why did the Prime Minister delay in transmitting this information to the office of the Commissioner of Lobbying? Who was he trying to protect? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
When serious allegations were brought to the attention of the Prime Minister, he did the ethical thing, he did the honourable thing, and he immediately referred the allegations to an independent third party, Mr. Speaker. If the member opposite has any information, has any evidence with respect to a contradiction of the Act, she should follow the Prime Minister's lead, do the right thing, and turn it over to the relevant authorities.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, the decision handed down yesterday recalled to everyone that the Prime Minister must be accountable to Parliament. No one here wants to endanger our troops, but we must shed light on who knew what with regard to the transfer of Afghan detainees. After the delay tactics that we have seen, the secrecy, will the Prime Minister show good sense? And will the Prime Minister let MPs do their jobs to ensure that the truth is made available to Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I have already responded to that question, and the answer is clear. We are seeking to respect the decision as well as our legal obligations that have been set out by legislation adopted by this very House, Mr. Speaker. It is still the case that the government depends on the confidence of the House. Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
The Prime Minister's interpretation of your ruling, exemplified here today in this House, is wrong. You have said that it is the view of the Chair that accepting an unconditional authority of the Executive to censor the information provided to Parliament, as this Prime Minister is suggesting he is prepared to do by using other legislation as his cover, would in fact jeopardize the very separation of powers that is purported to lie at the heart of our parliamentary system. So is the Prime Minister saying to us today that he is going to use other laws of Parliament in order to hide the truth that you have said has to be brought forward?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, you've delivered a decision. Obviously, the government seeks to respect that decision at the same time as it seeks to respect its obligations established by statute passed by this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, that's the position of the government. The Leader of the NDP talks about confidence. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the government's position always depends on the confidence of the House.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, your ruling was very clear. Here, let me quote for the Prime Minister and others. No exceptions are made for any category of government documents, even those related to national security. So is the Prime Minister telling us today that he is going to defy the ruling of the Speaker, the will of this House, in order to go to an election? Is that what he's saying he's going to do? Defy the will of the House and go to the people on a vote? Is that what he's putting forward today?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I don't think I said any of those things. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I think I said quite the contrary. The government seeks at all times to respect all of its obligations. To the extent some of those obligations may be in conflict, Mr. Speaker, there are reasonable ways to accommodate that, and we're open to reasonable suggestions in that regard.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, we understand that the Minister of the Environment has forwarded documents to the Standing Committee on Government Operations related to discussions that his political director of regional affairs had last spring with Raheem Jaffer regarding some of Mr. Jaffer's commercial interests. Now that the minister has admitted these meetings took place in the former Minister for the Status of Women's office, can he now confirm some of these discussions and communications were related to the company RLP Energy Incorporated?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Let me be very clear. None of the allegations that have been made in this place in recent weeks have seen any government funding or contract to go to Mr. Jaffer. Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear on that. Let me also say that when the Minister of the Environment was brought to his attention, the meetings had taken place, he did the right thing, he did the honourable thing, he collected that information, and he sent it to the independent authority who's responsible for ensuring high ethics. That's the right thing to do. That's the honourable thing to do. If the member opposite has any allegations or any evidence to the same, he should follow the example of the Minister of the Environment.
Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, since the Minister has provided information to the committee and he admitted that his regional director met Mr. Jaffer in the office of the former Minister of the Status of Women, can he tell us, 1, what project was discussed, 2, what was the nature of that project, and 3, what was the value of the subsidy that Mr. Jaffer or his partner, Patrick Glemeau, sought from the Government of Canada? Honourable Minister of Transport.
To be very clear, Canadians can see the difference between the high ethical standards of this Conservative government and the scandal-plagued Liberals who preceded us. Mr. Speaker, when we got emails from lobbyists, this government turned them over to the Independent Ethics Commissioner, the Independent Lobby Commissioner. When the Liberals got emails from lobbyists, Mr. Speaker, they turned over bags of cash to them.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Transport, the man who proclaimed a so-called new era of accountability, won't even answer simple questions in this House. Accountability is not simply words, Mr. Speaker. It's how you act, answering for these actions, and fixing your mistakes. Since parliamentary secretaries do not fall under existing rules for lobbying, Mr. Speaker, will the Minister and his government fix this loophole immediately?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Let's be very clear. Canadians can see the difference. When the Liberal Party was in power, they turned over bags of money to the lobbyists, Mr. Speaker. Then the lobbyists sent some of that money back to the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker. And then, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party got caught, and they had to send some of that money back to the taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, we've got $1 million that was stolen from taxpayers by the Liberal Party back. $1 million down, $39 million to go, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, why is he afraid of answering the questions? There's no better example of the culture of deceit than this. Ministers rise each day, talk about accountability, all the while they refuse to answer for the actions, refuse to admit mistakes, refuse to fix the problems they knowingly created. There's a simple solution, Mr. Speaker. Do what's right and close the loopholes. Why is he so afraid of doing that? Why the secrecy? Why the deceit?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
This government is never afraid to do what's right. And on the subject of doing what's right, what would be right, what would be in the interest of Canadian families, what would be in the interest of Canadian taxpayers, would be for the Liberal Party to pay back the $39 million that is still missing.
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Member for Lord Tiet-Labelle. Order. Mr. Speaker, the primary cause of death of African women is childbirth and complications during pregnancy. In sub-Saharan Africa, 1 out of 13 women dies in childbirth, whereas in industrialized countries, it is 1 in 4,100. Worse still, 44% of all women who die as a result of unsafe abortions each year are African. Given such devastating figures, does the government understand that its decision to no longer fund access to abortion in third world countries is a direct threat to women's health? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
From this, for groups like ours who are working to make a difference in the lives of these millions of women and children, The upcoming G8 in Canada provides an historic opportunity to chart a course out of this desperate terrain. And yet, instead of pushing forward in support of an initiative that could benefit millions, we're allowing the potential for hope and opportunity to be swallowed up by a political debate about abortion that is stifling the potential for progress. Mr. Speaker, it is very, very sad that these questions keep on coming in the way that they are.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. The Montreal Women's Healthcare Centre, the Federation of Family Planning for Quebec, Médecins du Monde Canada, the Federation of Women of Quebec, and the Quebec National Assembly have all condemned this decision. Canada's stubbornness could even derail the G8 plan on maternal health. Does the government realize the tragic consequences of its decision on the health of women, particularly African women? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Very gratifying to see the kind of progress that has actually occurred in Halifax under the leadership of the Minister of International Cooperation and with the initiative that was put forward by the Prime Minister of Canada. The only way it can get derailed is if the unholy coalition decides that they're going to continue to do this kind of demagoguery over an issue that nobody wants to debate.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the CEO of the Autorité des Marchés Financiers has condemned the government's decision to establish a single securities commission in Toronto. He's asking all business people in Quebec to make it clear that they oppose the federal plan. The plan will lead to the loss of jobs because 100,000 people work in this sector. How can Conservative MPs continue to be doormats while Quebec's economic interests are threatened? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the initiative with respect to a common securities regulator is an opt-in, voluntary situation. If Quebec or any other province chooses not to opt into the Canadian securities regulator, that is their right, and I can tell you that work is being done on the draft legislation. Absolutely no decisions have been made with any of the willing participants with respect to the location of offices.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the President of the AMF is calling for the rejection of this Single Securities Commission. He says, we don't need it. Quebec businesses benefit from the proximity of a regulator which understands their concerns and which serves them in French. Why does the government want to divest small business in Quebec from a regulator which already knows them, which provides excellent service and does so in French? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Order, please.
As we've made clear several times, this is an opt-in situation. If Quebec or any other provinces wish to continue with its securities regulation in its own jurisdiction, then we respect the constitutional competence of that province.
The Honourable Member for Brassard-la-Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On one of the documents tabled by the Transport Minister, there is a handwritten note which says, from Rahim, submit to Department. My question is a simple one. Who wrote this note at the top of one of the proposals submitted by Rahim Jaffer, the Honourable Minister of Transport?
When information was brought to our attention, that information was immediately forwarded to the Lobbyist Commissioner. If the member opposite has any allegations or any evidence that she'd like to suggest, we'd welcome to hear it. If she also knows where the $39 million that is still missing that the Liberal Party stole from taxpayers, I wonder if she might advise us in her supplementaries to where that money is, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brassard-la-Prairie.
The courage to call an inquiry which they refused. Mr. Speaker, it's a simple question, so I ask again. On the documents the Minister submitted to committee, who wrote the note from Rahim, submit to Department?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
This government has been very transparent. We brought in the Federal Accountability Act. We received information from lobbyists when that was brought to our attention. We sent it to the Lobbyist Commissioner so that it can be reviewed. If we only saw that same standard from the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker. When the Liberal Party got emails from lobbyists, they sent them bags of cash, Mr. Speaker, and we had to spend $50 million on a public inquiry to get to the bottom of that stolen cash. I say to the member opposite, do the right thing and tell us where that $39 million is.
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to try again in French. Who wrote the handwritten note on the proposal submitted to the Minister's office? Was it the Minister, his Parliamentary Secretary, an employee, or was it someone else? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
No money was given to this individual for any of the matters that were brought to the attention. What money was money given to the Liberal Party, to their friends, Mr. Speaker. Some $40 million was stolen from hard-working taxpayers and Canadians. They want their money back. I say to the member for Hull Aylmer, stand up in your place, do the right thing, tell us where the $39 million is.
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer. Order, please.
He gave him multiple choices. Either it was the Minister or the Parliamentary Secretary who wrote the note, thus proving they must have been directly lobbied by Mr. Jaffer. Or was it someone else? And they still misled Canadians about what happened. Why the secrecy? Haven't the Conservatives learned that they can't hide information from this House and get away with it? Or will their culture of deceit continue?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
We did the right thing. When this was brought to our attention, we forwarded all the information to the Ethics Commissioner, the Lobby Commissioner, an independent officer of this House. I say this to the member for Hull Aylmer. He was sitting there, right in the middle of the government benches when $40 million was stolen. He was right in the middle of it. Where is the $39 million? Tell us, Mr. Speaker. Canadians want their money back.
Member for Edmonton, St. Albert.
Mr. Speaker, sadly the Liberal leader is whipping his members to ignore their conscience, to ignore their constituents, and vote for the wasteful long gun registry. He refuses to listen to rural Canadians, or anyone else for that matter, and put an end to this Liberal-sponsored boondoggle. And last Thursday, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader had his members attempt to hijack the Public Safety Committee agenda and dictate the witness list on C-391. Can the Minister of Public Safety please bring some reason to this issue and provide the House with an update?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader isn't fooling anyone with his proposals for unconstitutional amendments to C-391. It's time to end the criminalization of our hunters and outdoor enthusiasts once and for all. I hope that those Liberals who voted for C-391 will put the calls of their constituents above the orders of the Liberal leader. Right. Mr. Speaker, we trust that the NDP will support the bill in its original form instead of following the Liberal-led coalition of deceit.
Stand up for the people. Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Has settled on a completely irresponsible policy on women's and maternal health. This policy not only fails women abroad on the key issue of access to safe abortions, it is reopening a very divisive debate domestically and putting us at odds with our international partners. Both Britain and the Obama administration in the U.S. have been very clear that access to safe abortions must be part of the maternal health initiative. Why won't this government put the interests of our country and of women everywhere ahead of their own conservative ideology?
Great question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to read the ideology of people who are actually involved in this. They say, with an investment at the community level where women and children are best able to access health care, the G8 initiative can prevent the deaths and improve the health of millions of children and women. Providing families with access to proven low-cost health interventions can ensure healthier pregnancies, prevent illness and death from such diseases as malaria, diarrhea, and pneumonia. Mr. Speaker, that is the ideology that we are following.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Conservative government to tell women in developing countries or anywhere what they can and cannot do to maintain their health. According to the World Health Organization, 13% of maternal deaths in poor countries are the result of unsafe abortions. Yet while abortion services are available in Canada, this government refuses to advocate for the same rights for women abroad. It is offensive, irresponsible, and unacceptable. Will this government stop dictating their conservative ideology-driven policies to women abroad?
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell the member what is offensive and irresponsible is hearing from all three members of the coalition the same question. It is those members who want to create a debate in Canada that no one wants. No one wants. Mr. Speaker, we want to get on with serving 8.8 million mothers and children who desperately need the help that Canada wants to give them, not another debate.
The Honourable Member for Hunter. Mr. Speaker, the absurdity of the way judges are appointed is confirmed by the case of Jacques Léger, former president of the Progressive Conservative Party, appointed judge by Conservatives in 2006 and now sitting at the Quebec Court of Appeal. Despite his limited competency and the fact that he was a lawyer for the Hells Angels, he would seem to be the Conservatives' man to replace the chief judge at the highest court in Quebec. How can this government countenance a system that favors partisan appointments rather than merit-based appointments? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Candidates for the judiciary are referred to me by one of the 17 judicial advisory committees, Mr. Speaker, from across this country. And, Mr. Speaker, I should tell you that all candidates undergo an RCMP screening process, Mr. Speaker, so we have complete confidence in the process, Mr. Speaker. I want to know from the bloc, why are they always attacking the judiciary, Mr. Speaker? They're soft on crime, now they're after the judiciary. I'm very disappointed.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. The appointment of judges who do not speak fluent French is another aberration of our justice system. Independent senators are being courted by the Conservatives to block a bill which would require bilingualism. They don't see why judges should understand French because, and I quote, every day 70% of the country operates in English. Is that not where the Conservatives really stand? In Canada, French is only a second-class language which has no place in a courtroom. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Absolutely ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. A ridiculous comment by the bloc, and to be fair, we've heard a lot of them coming from them, Mr. Speaker. Bilingualism is very important, Mr. Speaker. Legal competence is important, Mr. Speaker. I can tell the honourable member about that particular bill that he talks about. This bill just makes no sense. If they want to sacrifice competency for linguistics, well, it's just a mistake, Mr. Speaker. That was retired Supreme Court Justice John Major, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour. Order.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect the government to account for what is clearly political interference with the Enabling Accessibility Fund. The ministers never explained why approximately 90% of all funding went to Conservative MPs' ridings. Remember, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about a fund for the disabled. It's supposed to be for all disabled Canadians, but clearly it isn't. Could the minister start by explaining how one single Conservative riding, received more projects than the provinces and territories of Newfoundland and Labrador, Prince Edward Island, Yukon, and the Northwest Territories combined?
Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development. Order.
Mr. Speaker, we're very proud of the Enabling Accessibility Fund, as we are of the many other things that we've done to help the disabled. This is a program that allowed over 300 more facilities to become accessible, including St. Iona's Church in the members' riding. Mr. Speaker, these projects have taken place across the country, and they build on what we're doing to make federal buildings more accessible. We've extended this program for the next 3 years so that we can have even more buildings accessible to those who need to be able to get into them and have the right and deserve to.
Honourable member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, the minister doesn't even care enough about the disabled to have an accessible riding office after 6 years in office. This Conservative slush fund is an insult to Canadians with disabilities who are more likely to face barriers to success and more likely to live in poverty. They deserve better than this. This culture of deceit abandons millions of Canadians who need help. It's inexplicable and it's offensive. Here's an easy question. How could it be that 26 individual Conservative ridings each receive more projects than the entire province of Newfoundland and Labrador?
Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's be honest here. We brought in the Enabling Accessibility Fund. We've extended it. We brought in the funds to make federal buildings accessible. Prior to us becoming government, for 13 long years, the Liberals ran not one, but 2 offices for disability issues, and those national head offices, neither one of them was accessible, Mr. Speaker. Our government changed that. We made both of them accessible. Not only that, we made them into one, and that has become a showpiece for how businesses can learn to adapt their facilities to help the disabled, but he voted against that, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
The government is failing Canadian workers. Worse, they're actually endangering worker safety. A report released yesterday showed that while the provinces have cut the number of disabling workplace injuries by 25%, the number of serious injuries in federal workplaces like Canada Post and the trucking industry has increased. It's no coincidence that those rates rose at the same time as the government cut the number of workplace inspectors. Will the minister commit to hiring more workplace inspectors to protect Canadian workers?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I want to thank the member for the question. We've received the report, and the officials in the department are currently reviewing it. And as the member opposite is aware, the health and safety of Canadians is the top priority of this government. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about today about the National Day of Mourning, which hasn't been mentioned yet today in this chamber. With respect to question period, I want to extend, on behalf of the government, our sympathies to the families and to the friends of those who have lost loved ones on the job. I know very well that no words can take away their sorrow, and the best way to pay tribute to those we remember today is to continue to strive for safer and healthier workplaces.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
The best way to pay tribute is with real action.
Exactly.
On National Day of workers killed or injured at work, the flag of Parliament is flying at half-mast. The minister and other members attended the national ceremony, and some have said some touching things. But Canadian workers need much more than words and symbols. They need action from this government. I ask again, will the government commit to enforcing health and safety protections, hiring more labour affairs officers, and setting concrete targets for reducing workplace injuries?
Excellent. Honourable Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, as is known, any federally regulated workplace is expected to adhere to occupational health and safety codes as set out in the Canada Labour Code. It's no different than anywhere else in the country, and that's what we expect. The Labour program works with employees, it works with employers to better put in place occupational health and safety standards. But quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, given the fact that every time this government proposes anything in this House, that party votes against it, I doubt they would vote for anything to help workers in general.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock, Cloverdale.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are rightfully proud of our beautiful Arctic, the true north, strong and free. Our government made a commitment to protecting our sovereignty in the Arctic. I was wondering if the Minister of National Defence could tell us what our government is doing to protect our ability to operate and protect our most northern territory.
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank the member, Mr. Speaker. The Operation 9/11/10, the Canadian Forces annual exercise in the High Arctic, just was completed. Our Arctic Response Company and the Canadian Rangers tested new equipment and themselves as they demonstrated their capability in safeguarding our High Arctic. During the exercise, our search and rescue team saved the life of an Australian, Tom Smitheringhale, from an ice floe. And we saw our C-17 Global Airmasters land for the first time on a gravel airstrip near Alert. A Navy dive team conducted its longest underwater Arctic dive. The Sartex parachuted in. Our troops trekked further north than ever before on Arctic Ocean. What an expedition, Mr. Speaker. Great work.
The Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
By 2012, Conservative prison spending will be up 238%. That's their number, and it doesn't include billions in new bills. The Parliamentary Budget Officer is working to expose the true costs, but in a culture of deceit, this government is blocking him. The PBO had to dedicate more than 6 months to get hidden government facts. Basic facts like projected prison population that should have been handed over in a day. These aren't cabinet confidences, they're Conservative secrets. embarrassing truths about a government chasing disastrous failed Republican plans to build prison cities. How about some truth in budgeting? Where are the numbers?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the protection of Canadians must come first. Part of keeping our communities safe is keeping dangerous criminals behind bars. We understand that the Liberal Party is opposed to keeping dangerous criminals behind bars. That's not our position. That's not the position of Canadians. We understand the cost to victims, and we are prepared to work on behalf of victims.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, on March 24th, the House adopted at report stage a Bloc Québécois bill which would see the 2-week waiting period abolished. This is imposed on all workers who want EI. This bill cannot be adopted unless the government grants it royal recommendation. Will the government comply with the will of this House and grant royal recommendation in order to get rid of the waiting period for EI? The Honourable Minister for Veterans Affairs. Mr. Speaker, once again, we brought in various measures to help workers hit by the recession. And every time we have proposed measures for those who need it most, they voted against them. Mr. Speaker, instead of taking away we've added 5 weeks for workers who need these extra weeks. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, at a time when the public's confidence in our democratic institutions has been seriously shaken, we read in the presse, that the Liberal Party learned nothing from the sponsorship scandal. Even the member of the LPC for West Marie is sick of it and is filing for a formal complaint. This practice of donations in order to circumvent loans is spreading. When will they stop these practices which are so dangerous for our democracy? The
order.
Thank the member for the question. The member the Liberal member that has taken action. I'm not going to speculate about what is going on in that Liberal EDA, but I will draw the member's attention to a government announcement on political loans that will occur in the foyer at 3:45 Eastern Standard Time this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. John.
Mr. Speaker, the future of the Canadian Blood Services facility in St. John has been a topic of much concern for all residents of New Brunswick. An all-party committee of the provincial legislature recently brought forward a report with recommendations. Can the minister update this House on the position of the government on this issue, which is so important to healthcare delivery in New Brunswick?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank the Honourable Member for the question. The health and safety of Canadians will always be a priority for our government. The decision on relocations are made by the CBS Board of Directors as well as the provincial territorial governments, which is an arm's length from Health Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
Every time this government has had a choice to come clean, to tell the truth, to share what they know, they bury it. They cover it up and they dump it in a shroud of secrecy fed by a culture of deceit. When there are credible and serious allegations against the cabinet minister, they're hidden. When Parliament asks for documents on allegations of torture, they're blacked out. When the parliamentary budget officer asks for basic information on the government's plan to build prison cities, he's shunned. Our democracy depends on free and open access to information. Why does the Prime Minister attack that principle at every turn?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I might want to mention to the member is that the cost of allowing criminals to avoid the consequences of their actions is much greater than the cost of incarceration. The Liberals have shown that they have a fundamentally different view on what it means to be tough on crime. They believe that it's citizens that should be locked in their own houses while dangerous criminals are on the street. That is not the position of our party. We stand with the victim. We stand with ordinary Canadians, even if he does not.
Honourable Member for
Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr.
Order.
Speaker, in January, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that every minute Omar Khadr sits in a U.S. prison in Guantanamo is a violation of his rights. Omar Khadr was a child soldier of 15 years of age when captured. The nature of his detention, the extreme interrogation techniques put to him would not be tolerated here in Canada, Mr. Speaker. As his pre-trial begins before a U.S. military tribunal, will this government finally petition President Obama to send Omar Khadr home?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Canada recognizes the independence of the U.S. Criminal proceedings, and we are aware of media reports indicating ongoing discussions between the prosecution and the defense. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to point out that the Government of Canada continues to provide consular services to Mr. Khadr.
L'Honorable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Miniquagon. Mr. Speaker, the President of the Association of Forestry Products of Canada, Avram Lazar, had asked all members to vote for our bill, which would favour the use of wood in construction and renovation of federal buildings. Only the Conservatives voted against it. My question, Mr. Speaker, is the following. Will the government commit to review its position and to support this bill, which is a good way to help the forestry industry recover? The Minister of State, Mr. Speaker, this morning, Mr. Speaker, the President of the CEP union in Bécamo, and I believe Bécamo is in the riding of the Honourable Member, he says that he said he's waiting for the economy to recover. So we have to respect the softwood lumber agreement in everything we do.
That will bring to a conclusion our question period for today. But I believe there is agreement among all parties that we hear now from 5 honourable members, and I call upon the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is not an easy day, Mr. Speaker, to say goodbye after all these years in this place, 13 years since I was first elected, and 34 years since I got my start in political life as a parliamentary intern. This has been my home away from home. It has been the place where my kids have grown up. Many of you will maybe remember my younger son at the age of 8 terrorizing the halls of Centre Block. And that terror, that holy terror, Joe, is now a young man at the age of 21. He's with us here today, and I want to thank him. And I want to thank my husband of 38 years, who has been there through thick and thin, supporting me every step of the way. And I want you to know, contrary to popular opinion, he did not lose his hair because of me. And of course, I want to thank our special son, Nick, who has taught me every step of the way why it's important to be in political life and about our responsibility to keep working to ensure that society does not ditch its responsibilities to the aged, the frail, and people living with disabilities. And I want to, of course, mention my mom and dad, who are watching right now as we speak, Harry and Klazina Wasalisha, who are 91 and 87 respectively, and who told me that I was the perfect child until I started to talk. My dad is a proud veteran who met my mother in World War II in Holland, and they will together mark next week the 65th anniversary of the liberation of Holland by Canadians with great celebration and pride. This is a day of very mixed emotions. I have to say goodbye to my NDP family and to our tenacious and courageous leader who has actually changed politics in this country to the point where we're now just about on the verge of a three-way race. And I have to thank...
Why aren't you clapping? Why are they clapping?
have to thank all of my colleagues who are here today and those who came before, and another leader, Alexa McDonough, who I started politics with in 1997. And I want to thank my staff, especially those who have been with me from the beginning, Chuck Brabazon, who is here today, and Jim Thompson in the riding, as well as Adam Moore, Judy Burns, and Margaret Platt. And I want to thank all of you, my colleagues, who I consider to be friends. We have all been here for noble reasons. We are all here for noble reasons because we want to build a better world. We just may have some different ideas about what that world looks like or how we get there, but we are all on a noble pursuit to fight for what is right and to preserve democracy. Mr. Speaker, sometimes this place can be dysfunctional. Sometimes there can be a bit too much heckling. Not me, though, right? But, you know, when it works, when we work together, when we collaborate and cooperate, it can be magic. And I think about the unity we all had and showed when we adopted unanimously the bill to create the National Holocaust Remembrance Day. I think about everyone in this House wearing blue to commemorate and to celebrate Prostate Cancer Awareness Day. And I think about the cheering in this place when we celebrated and welcomed our Olympians and Paralympians. These are wonderful moments. They are magical moments. We should never lose them or let go of them. There is so much more to be done. I want to say, je tiens à remercier.
I'd like to thank all the staff that enable us to do our jobs. The political staff, of course, but also the clerks, the administrators, interpreters, drivers, technicians, security, chefs, security services, the translators, pages, and also those from the press gallery and, of course, our journalist friends.
For me to be able to stand in this House and to speak on issues of national importance, making a little bit of difference on matters that where Canadians are deeply concerned, especially on the area of healthcare, where I'm proud to have stood in this House time and time again, fighting for and standing up for a single-payer, universally accessible, non-profit quality healthcare system. One thing is for sure, that our fight, our work to defend, preserve, and protect and strengthen Medicare is not over, and we must continue that battle. The greatest of all privileges I have had here over 13 years has been to serve the people of Winnipeg North, a remarkable, resilient people who have had so many challenges and worked so hard to overcome them. And we have seen over and over again people of Winnipeg North overcoming adversity, working together, building on the strength of our diversity to translate that into acceptance and celebration of our differences, and working together when the big banks left us virtually without any branches, and working together to create alternative financial services. And when small convenience and hardware stores left the North End, working together to create an amazing Pollock's hardware store, which is just doing a remarkable record-breaking business. So, Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I must say goodbye to some of this work and to say goodbye to my friends. Before I mention say my goodbyes, I should mention one more thing about Winnipeg. I had it in my notes, and that is to say, I must say one last time, Mr. Speaker, and I'll just finish up with this, if you don't mind, one last time to say that we have, to the member for Ottawa Centre, the longest skating rink in the history of the world. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I will simply say that I thank the people of Winnipeg North for their support, and who knows, maybe one day I will be representing them again in the future.
Order. The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to pay tribute to the member for Winnipeg North and congratulate her on her decision to retire. The Honourable Member has spent the last 20 years of her life serving the people of Winnipeg North the people of Manitoba, and indeed the people of Canada. This member served in cabinet, in government in Manitoba as the Minister of Culture, Heritage and Recreation, and she's taken leading roles within her federal party. She has served as finance critic, health critic, and as well caucus chair. She was the first and only graduate of the intern program to be elected as a federal MP, and I'm sure that with her comments today she would like to see that change and continue to grow. While serving in opposition, she has fought for and succeeded in putting the fetal alcohol syndrome warning labels on alcohol bottles. She's worked hard in improving safety standards and has been a strong proponent of the rights of persons living with disabilities, as well as presenting and pursuing elderly and caregiver issues. She's also played a tremendous role in the anti-smoking campaign and educating youth to stay away. Many, including myself, know this member as dedicated, hard-working, and tireless in her efforts to improve the lives of Canadians. I will also remember her for her contagious laugh, her generosity in praise and concern for all around her. I will also remember her, and it was interesting, Mr. Speaker, in the articles in the paper, if I may, the speaking with the voice and the looking with intent. Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure of traveling with the honourable member and her husband Ron a few years ago, and the two things that stand out are her tremendous sense of humour and her devotion to her family. We on this side wish the member for Winnipeg North, Judy, and her husband Ron, Joe, and Nick good health, much happiness, and best wishes in her retirement.
Absolutely.
Order the honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I too rise today to pay tribute to my colleague, the honourable member for Winnipeg North, who has indeed had a long and distinguished career of public service. The honourable member has always been a strong and feisty voice for Manitoba, first as an MLA, then as Manitoba Minister for Culture, Heritage and Recreation, and as of 1997, a Member of Parliament. She's been an effective voice for women, previously serving as the NDP critic for the status of women, and before her federal election in 1997, she played important roles as a coordinator of the Women's Directorate in the Manitoba government and a co-chair of Choices, Manitoba's social justice coalition. In her current role as the NDP critic for health and persons with disabilities, the honourable member has been a vigorous defender of our public health care system. She has also pushed for reform of Canada's access to medicines regime so that life-saving drugs are more readily available to developing countries. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member has also been a strong advocate for Israel and has stood alongside many other parliamentarians to denounce anti-Semitism. I had the honour of working with her to establish the Holocaust Remembrance Day on Parliament Hill in 2000, and more recently served with her on the Canadian Parliamentary Coalition to Combat Anti-Semitism. More recently, we travelled together to Poland with the Friends of Simon Wiesenthal to visit the many sites preserving the physical remains of the Holocaust. Mr. Speaker, as she moves on to her next challenge, we know that she will continue to be a strong spokesperson for the communities she serves. We wish her well, we wish her family well, and we wish her bonne chance.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, when we learned that the member for Winnipeg North was leaving her position, a position she's held since 1987, many of us in the Bloc Québécois caucus were surprised by her decision. She seems so avidly interested in parliamentary debate. She's held many positions within her caucus. She was a major player in the parliamentary enterprise and in the oratory enterprises. I've had the opportunity to work with the member for Winnipeg North in many years on the Finance Committee, and I saw that she was very balanced in terms of empathy and rigour. The member has always come to committee meetings well prepared. She had newspaper clippings that would help her in making her arguments.
And always responding to the needs of the most vulnerable and those who are marginalized, both economically and in our society. And if we aren't in agreement on the constitutional future of Quebec and Canada, I think we share the same vision of the future for our society, a future that is forged on social democracy. In another lifetime, I was very interested in the birth of a social democrat movement in Europe, and I must confess that often when I saw the member for Winnipeg North speak with her passion, her enthusiasm, which we all felt, it reminded me of a German social militant, and I could see her really doing this in Luxembourg. You know, Riopel paid tribute to Luxembourg, but unfortunately we won't be able to do this for the member for Winnipeg North, but I'm convinced that he would have done so with a great deal of pleasure. I would wish her good luck in the future. Perhaps I'm not as naive as others. I don't think that she will remain close to her family for very long, as her family would wish, but we wish her good luck in her future projects. On behalf of the Bloc and on my own behalf, I want to thank her for all the work that she has done. Order. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. It is with many emotions that we rise to salute the member for Winnipeg North. She is someone who in our caucus has contributed a great deal, and on behalf of not only our caucus, our former members, our MPs with whom the member has served, but on behalf of all the members across Canada, the tens of thousands of them, I want to thank Ms. Walashali for her work, for her efforts. And I want to thank also her family.
It's naturally, Mr. Speaker, that all of us here in the NDP caucus are taking this time to celebrate a great parliamentarian because there's no question that we're going to miss her in so many different ways. But this is an opportunity to say thank you for the contribution that the member from Winnipeg North has made since well before she was a member of Parliament. In fact, she started out as a parliamentary intern, and that was many years ago. I won't say how many years ago, but over 30 years ago in this place. Somebody's adding up the numbers here. But let's just say she was noticed by a new leader of our party at that time for her enthusiasm, her rather direct way of speaking about the issues, particularly about the importance of women in politics, and about feminism, and about creating a more equal world. That newly elected leader was Ed Broadbent, and he said, look, I better see if I can draw this enthusiastic person into our family here. And he reached out, and she was brought on as the first women's outreach coordinator for our party, at which point she began to create somewhat of a revolution within the New Democratic Party of Canada, working with her sisters, to the point where, and I won't go through the long history, but to the point where we ended up with a caucus in the last election, the previous House, where we had 43% of our caucus members were women, and a lot of that is because of the members' tireless work. There's so many things to celebrate. We wish the member well in the future work that lie before her, and thank you for all the tributes that the members have shared today. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
All honourable members. members wish the honourable member for Winnipeg North Well. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents, the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like, with the permission of the House, and under Standing Order 32.2, table in both official languages a treaty entitled Friendship and Cooperation Treaty in Southeast Asia in Bali on 24th of February 1976, Treaty on International Cooperation in Manila, December 15th, 1997, and the protocol amending the Friendship and Cooperation Treaty again in Manila in 2010.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 27 petitions.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Introduction of government bills. Mr. Fletcher, seconded by Mr. Cannon, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Elections Act, Accountability with Respect to Political Loans. This motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur Fletcher, appuyé par Monsieur Cannon.
Mr. Fletcher, seconded by Mr. Cannon, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed.
Cette motion.
This motion is deemed adopted. First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
The honourable member for St. John South Mount Pearl is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, I referenced in a preamble to a question a particular point in an article dated November 2009 in the Investment Executive, Canada's newspaper for financial advisors. Later that same day, the article was changed online to remove reference to a particular point that was raised. I also received a letter from the Bankers Association stating that the assertion in that article was not correct. Therefore, I want to ensure, out of respect for my colleagues, and in particular the Conservative Financial Services Caucus and the chair of the Commons Finance Committee, that the record was corrected based on this new information. I apologize for any difficulties that this mistaken information may have caused. I'm happy to table both articles as well as a letter from the Bankers Association if that is the will of the House. Thank you.
Point of order, the Honourable Member for Montmarie, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, it was brought to my attention an announcement on Facebook for the member for Lévis-Bellechasse. In the announcement, it was entitled, Come See the National Capital Region and Meet Your MP. It is written, and I can't name the member in question, the member for Lévis-Bellechasse, in cooperation with Voyage Paradis de Lévis. Pleased to invite you to take part in the 2010 edition of the trip to Ottawa on May 12th and 13th. We're talking about luxury bus, hotel stay, continental breakfast. It is stipulated in the announcement that everything is included in the price except the dinner on the night of the 12th and the lunch on the 13th. And also in the announcement, in the document that I will table shortly, Mr. Speaker, it is written, and all this for $200 and $250 for singles at the time of reservation, including all taxes. And at the bottom of the announcement, it stipulates, at the top, I should have said, there is the logo of the House of Commons in addition to a bus. And in the bottom, it is written for information and reservations. So please communicate with Ms. Christiane Tonguay, Executive Assistant of the member in question, with the number, the fax and phone, as well as the email address. On the other side, it states that they could communicate with Ms. Nolan at the travel agency on page 236 of Brian O'Boss. It states in 1993, the Board of Eternal Economy sets out administrative rules and a series of directives regulating the use of MPs, of parliamentary resources made available to them in the exercise of their parliamentary duties. By parliamentary duties here, We are talking about the obligations and activities related to the person position as a member, including public or official business and partisan issues, end of quote. On Section 1 of the Administrative Rule 102, it lists the restrictions and general application. It states the funds and space must not be used but for the members' exercise of their duties. End of quote. This advertisement, Mr. Speaker, raises a number of issues. Why did the member for Lévis-Bellechasse decide to privilege Voyage Paradis' interests at the detriment of other carriers? What about the other companies that cannot take advantage of the House's resources and the members' resources to serve their clients? By using resources paid for by public funds, in other words, telephone lines, the writing office fax machines, parliamentary email address, by designating one of its employees paid for by the taxpayers to inform and to take reservations for Voyageurs Paradis customers, well, in short, by operating a travel agency from their riding office. I would ask you the question, Mr. Speaker, has the member for Lévis-Bellechasse respected the rules concerning the use of the resources made available to MPs in the exercise of their parliamentary duties? Is the organization of a trip for a private company an activity that corresponds to the definition of parliamentary duty? The member for Lévis-Bellechasse, should the member for Lévis-Bellechasse have used these resources for commercial purposes? Before deciding, I would like to refer the question to the Board of Internal Economy. I would like the decision of the chair on this matter. The Speaker, rather. I would ask unanimous consent then of the House to table the advertisement in question.
Honorable.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord have the unanimous consent to table the documents? Agreed?
D'accord.
Agreed.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse has something he would like to say. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to stand in the House. And on the one hand, I would like to thank the member for showing. I think it's important to demonstrate that the House of Commons and Parliament and for all Quebecers and all Canadians have access to it. And if in my enthusiasm to help people discover the beauties of Parliament and the advantages of the Canadian Parliament for Quebecers and for people in my riding, I perhaps along the way have failed to respect a certain standing order or the rules of the House, and I offer you my full cooperation in guiding you in your decisions. You can count on my cooperation as well as that of my entire team and that of my entire office in helping you to understand this issue. It is important for us to ensure that all Quebecers have access to the Canadian Parliament. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am at your service.
Sans doute.
No doubt, the Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord will continue a discussion in the office of the Board of Internal Economy if necessary, and no doubt this group will make a decision on the point that he has raised.
Back to statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
From committees. The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour today to present in both official languages the following reports of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. The 10th report on the Public Accounts of Canada for the fiscal period ending March 31st, 2009. The 11th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, that being on Chapter 7, Emergency Management, Public Safety Canada of the Fall 2009 report of the Auditor General of Canada.
Excellent.
And finally, the 12th report of the Public Accounts Committee, and that was, Mr. Speaker, on Chapter 3, Income Tax Legislation of the Fall 2009 report of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109 of the House of Commons, the committee requests the government table a comprehensive response to all three reports.
Excellent.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. The honourable member for Calgary West.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. If the House gives its consent, I move that the first report of the Standing Joint Committee on the Library of Parliament presented to the House yesterday be concurred in.
Does the honourable member for Calgary West have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed? La Chambre l'a entendu.
House has heard the question. It is a pleasure of the House to adopt. Agreed. I declare the motion carried.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
There have been discussions among the parties represented in the House, and I believe that if you were to seek it, you might find unanimous consent for the following motion: that all members of this House stand united in condemning any form of extremism that incites violence in Canadian society, and reaffirm the rights of elected officials to freely express their views without fear of personal intimidation.
That all members of this House stand united in condemning any form of extremism that incites violence in Canadian society, and reaffirm the rights of elected officials to freely express their views without fear of personal intimidation. Does the honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier have the unanimous consent of the House to present the motion? Agreed?
The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? And so ordered. Motions. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for... where will we start here? Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36, I wish to table two petitions tabled by constituents in my riding from Pierrefonds-Dollard. We're asking the Canadian government to give its agreement to the Universal Declaration of Animal Welfare. Thank you. The honourable member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant.
Compton-Stansted, pardon.
The honourable member for Compton-Stansted. Again today, I table a petition asking the adoption of my bill, C-343, to help victims of crime and their families by extending the period of eligibility to employment insurance by allowing the families of victims to take time off work for up to a year. It will be sent to committee on behalf of the hundreds of the signatories of the petition and all the families of victims. I hope that a majority of members in the House will support it. I am adding 160 signatures to the others to shows the concern of individuals for the families as well as the victims of crime. Thank you.
Honourable member for Selkirk-Interlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got two petitions I wish to present today. First one, I had the honour of participating in Rural Wallenberg Day in Winnipeg this January, and the students there started off this petition. And they got a number of signatures, not only on the campus, the Asper campus there, but throughout the city and across the province. And essentially they're calling on the Parliament of Canada and the Government of Canada to take steps against the Iranian regime for what they've done for their massive domestic repression against Iranian people and students and journalists. They're also calling on us to make sure that we talk about the leaders of Iran. They've denied Israel's right to exist. They've denied the Holocaust. President Ahmadinejad has said that Israelis should be wiped off the map. And they're also concerned about the prospect that the Islamic Republic of Iran will achieve nuclear arms. So they're calling upon the House to support Bill C-412, the Iran Accountability Act. They're asking government and Parliament to go and try to establish an international tribunal for the purpose of declaring Iran in breach of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide for state-sanctioned incitement to genocide. They're asking us to support the United Security Council to adopt additional measures against Iran, and that we help Interpol exercise the warrant for the arrest of the alleged AMIA bombers from Argentina, and also that we take a strong stance against Iran for their quest to achieve nuclear arms, their support for global terror, and of course Iran's massive domestic human rights violations. The second petition I wish to present, Mr. Speaker, is in support of our rural post offices, that the Government of Canada and the Canada Post in particular respects the moratorium on the closure of rural and small town post offices, and that we work to maintain and improve the network of post offices, and that they continue to consult with the public in a more timely manner than what is currently in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Beauséjour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud today to table in the House a petition drafted and signed by more than 300 students in a school in Bouctouche. The teacher, Madame Gagnon, invited me to meet with her students, and during discussions with them, they talked about the fate of Omar Khadr. And people from this region in New Brunswick asked me what they could do to support the return of Omar Khadr and to ask the government to repatriate Omar Khadr. And we know that over the past few days, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Khadr's situation, and this was a young Canadian who was been much written about in the media, but the students from this school signed the petition, and they are asking that the Prime Minister repatriate Mr. Khadr as soon as possible, and I table this petition with a great deal of pride. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise today to present a petition signed by 96 people of my riding of Red Deer, Alberta. The petitioners urge the federal government to honor its commitment to the UN protocol by providing adequate funding to set up safe housing for the victims of human trafficking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
To present three petitions today, one to support the Universal Declaration on Animal Welfare, to strengthen animal transportation regulations, and to maintain and improve the network of public post office consulting with the public here in Canada.
L'honorable député de Notre-Dame-de-Grâce.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Lachine.
Petition in the House which calls on the government to allow hospitals and their contracting firms that collect GST in and on their hospital property not to remit the GST collected to the Canada Revenue Agency, but rather to forward the money to the foundation of the hospital where collected, so that the funds may be used for the purchase of medical equipment. It's my pleasure to table this motion. This petition. Thank you.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
On the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today: Q23, Q128, Q130, Q131, and Q132. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions number Q127, Q129, and Q134 could be made orders for returns, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it agreed that questions 127, 129, and 134 be made orders for return? Agreed. Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Finally, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed, and so ordered. Avis de motion portant production de documents.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the House Leader in the House.
Notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
Agreed, and so ordered. Point of order, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order to correct the record with regard to my speech at second reading on Bill C-5, an act to amend the International Transfer of Offenders Act. In my speech, I stated that not one offender who has been granted a transfer back to Canada to resume and serve his or her sentence has ever reoffended. I misquoted that statistic. In fact, of 620 Canadians transferred back to Canada between 1993 and 2007, 4 were reincarcerated for a new offence within 2 years after the expiry of their sentence. This represents a recidivism rate of 0.6% for Canadians transferred under this legislation, which compares to a recidivism rate of approximately 25% for offenders in general. Of course, we cannot compare it to the rate of offenders who are not transferred but return to Canada after serving their sentence abroad, because those offenders re-enter Canada with no monitoring or record of their foreign convictions, so we don't know what those numbers are. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to correct the inaccuracy in the record. Although my point is nevertheless valid, I regret any confusion I may have caused.
Thank the honourable member for his clarification on the point. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion concerning Investment Canada.
Monsieur Gravel, appuyé par Monsieur.
Mr. Gravel, seconded by Mr. Angus, moves that, given the government's failure to act in the best interest of Canada when it allowed the sell-off of Inco, Falconbridge, Stelco and Nortel, the government should act immediately to protect the interests of Canadian workers, their communities, and the strategic and long-term interests of the Canadian economy by improving the review of foreign takeovers that involve key Canadian resources, manufacturing, high-tech, and potentially telecommunications companies, by strengthening the Investment Canada Act, by lowering the threshold for public review, ensuring public hearings held in affected communities, and also, lowering the threshold for public review, by ensuring public hearings are held in affected communities, and C, requiring publication of the reasons for decisions and conditions to be met by approved foreign owners. Debate. The Honourable Member for Nickel-Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I would like to note that I will be splitting my time with my colleague from Timmins, James Bay. I would like to thank my colleague from Windsor West for his invaluable contribution. La Chambre débattera aujourd'hui.
The House will be debating a motion which reminds us that one of the main reasons why I am a politician, we need to make sure that Parliament protects the resources belonging to the public.
I can tell my honourable colleagues in this chamber that my community is living proof of this government and previous governments' failures to protect the interest of Canadian workers and their communities, as well as the strategic and long-term interests of the Canadian economy as a whole. To be clear, the NDP is not against foreign investment. We are opposed to the kind of foreign takeovers we have witnessed in my community of Greater Sudbury. I will come back to this point later. At a critical time of increasing global energy needs due to growing economies, countries after country has begun to view its supply of natural resources as an issue of national security. China, for example, is investing in iron ore, gold, silver, copper, aluminum, and coal in countries around the world. Others, such as Vietnam, Russia, and India, are following suit. Indonesia, an exporter of coal, has begun scaling back its exports. It begs the following question. Why isn't Canada assessing its key sectors such as natural resources, manufacturing, high-tech, including green technologies and telecommunications, through the filter of long-term strategic need? On dirait que le Canada va...
Canada, it seems, is heading in the opposite direction of many countries by increasing significantly the minimum threshold upon which a federal review of foreign takeovers takes place.
To help itself to our natural resources, our technologies, and our intellectual property. And while they are at it, It's also signaling to them not to worry about those conditions of sales the federal government impose, because the federal government won't pursue them even when they break their contract. Only one has to look at this government's disgraceful behavior during the Valley Inco strike in my community. 3,200 workers, members of United Steel Workers Local 6500, remain on strike in Greater Sudbury because Brazilian-owned Valley Inco has refused to return to the negotiating table. This government just stays silent and claims its provincial jurisdiction, all the while meeting with Valley Inco representatives 25 times since 2008. So much for this strike being purely provincial matter. The strike at Valley Inco, Mr. Speaker, is a perfect example of why we need this House today to support this motion, which seeks to strengthen Investment Canada Act to prevent the very situation that community after community is facing across Canada today. Briefly, this motion calls for lowering the threshold for public review of foreign takeovers, ensuring public hearings are held in affected communities, and requiring publication of the reasons for decisions and conditions to be met by approved foreign orders. Mr. Speaker, here's a fact. There have been over 13,500 foreign takeovers in Canada, 334 in the last year. And here's another fact. The federal government has disallowed only one. That's right, one. And that was due in large measure to the work of the NDP caucus and former NDP member Peggy Nash in particular. Voici d'autres faits.
Here are some other facts. In 2007, for the first time since 1999, foreign-controlled companies operating in Canada held 52.8% of manufacturing assets, up from 46.8% in 2006. Statistics Canada says that increase, and I quote, was due largely to foreign acquisitions of Canadian-controlled firms, especially in the primary metals and wood and paper industries. End of quote. In 2007, foreign-controlled firms held 38.5% of Canada's oil and gas industries, 48.8% of operating revenues, and 44.6% of operating profits. In 1 year alone, 2006, foreign control over Canada's mining sector rose from 12% to 40%. This issue that our caucus has laid before this House today is both timely and critical.
Stakeholders and community consultation, it remains deeply perplexing to me why this government hasn't conducted such consultations prior to making a decision on a proposed foreign takeover. If this government had consulted with the community of Greater Sudbury, a community that has had decades and decades of experience with mining, it would have heard about people's concerns as to whether Valley Inco understood the community's history in mining, of our strong labor roots, of the importance we have on trust and good faith negotiations, and Valley in turn would have gleaned some insight into the fact that union busting was a non-starter in Northern Ontario. I want to stress, though, that this isn't just about Northern Ontario. It's about all of Canada. Every community, including our Northern and First Nation communities, must have a say in the development of key resources sectors. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on a third element of my motion, and that is transparency. This and the previous governments have been ignorant or blind to the fact that a foreign entity doesn't buy our natural resources, it's merely leasing it. Those resources belong to the people of Canada. Les Canadiens et Canadiennes.
Canadians have the right to know the decisions that form the basis of approval by their government and the key conditions that must be met by foreign companies when they take over a Canadian company. We're not asking for 100% disclosure here, Mr. Speaker. We understand the need for protecting certain information. But there has to be greater transparency. The status quo simply won't do.
Those employees who have been laid off despite company commitments to produce these jobs, protect these jobs. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear that this motion is about protecting Canada's long-term strategic interest. It is not about stopping foreign investment in Canada, but it is about stopping foreign takeovers that are not a net benefit to Canada. For example, those companies that seek to come into a community conduct high grading of our purest forms of key resources and then pack up and leave when they're done. We support and welcome foreign investment in Canada because our companies are also investing in other countries. It makes good business sense. In 2008, for example, Canadian direct investment abroad totaled $637 billion, and foreign direct investment in Canada totaled $505 billion. N'oublions pas qu'au moins 15% des
Keep in mind that at least 15% of investment overseas by Canadians, or almost $100 billion, went to tax havens like the Bahamas, Bermuda, and the Cayman Islands, which have no income tax, and this for an amount several times those countries' GDP. So, before my Conservative colleagues across the way spring these numbers, I would simply want them to acknowledge that tax evasion is not foreign investment. It's simply tax evasion.
Global environment, we need to balance the strategic interest of our country and its people with the need of foster and fair and level playing field for both Canadian and foreign companies wishing to invest in Canada. The status quo is failing Canadians. This government has yet to articulate what exactly is their net benefit test when they approve takeover after takeover. This motion addresses some of the key weaknesses of the current system. I hope that together we as parliamentarians can begin to address this imbalance by protecting the interest of Canadian workers, their communities, and the strategic long-term interests of the Canadian economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since we started a little later than usual, I won't have time to talk at length on this motion, but I would like to give the Bloc's position, which is favourable to that of the NDP. And I would like to say to my colleague from the NDP, because in his motion, certain cases are mentioned, and he talks about takeovers by foreign companies of Canadian companies and how disastrous this has been. I think that he must despair, as I do, of the fact that Canadian economic measures are based on ideology rather than tangible facts and measures. The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. I'm not sure if the Conservative Party really has a vision of the economy in Canada. I don't think they have any idea of what's going on in Sudbury with Vale Inco and Extrata, and I would like to thank the Bloc for its support. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Nickel Belt for bringing this motion forward and letting us have an opportunity to debate it in this House this afternoon. As he probably knows, I'm from Labrador, and we have Voisey's Bay in Labrador. There's 350 workers that have been on strike for over 9 months. They have offered good faith negotiations with Vale Inco. Those negotiations have been rejected, or the company has come to the table with certain conditions that could not be accepted by the workers. You get emails from single-parent families. You have many of the workers who formerly worked and are now on strike who are Aboriginal. And there was a tremendous amount of effort to make sure that we hired Aboriginal people, Inuit, Innu and Métis on site. And so these were good paying jobs, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say to the member that the Conservative government hides behind provincial responsibility and the Investment Canada Act every time the issue is raised in this House. So I want to thank him for bringing this issue forward, and I want him to comment on the fact that every time we raise the Investment Canada Act, the Conservatives say that we cannot change it, that we cannot give you the details behind the foreign takeovers, and there's no transparency. So I would ask him, what more can we do in this House to encourage the Conservative government to be more transparent and to make good changes to the Investment Canada Act? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for the question. And he's right. What I said a while ago, this is not only about my community, but it's about Voisey Bay, it's about Port Colborne, it's about every resource right across Canada. But what can we do to make this government more transparent? I think we've tried everything. I think the best thing we can do is to next election to vote them out. That would do it for me. I don't know about you guys, but it certainly would do it for me. And I think that's the best thing we can do is if we want a transparent government, we have to change government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I'm going to pose a question, but then give a bit of a background to it. Okay, the question is this. What is the member's definition of free trade? And what I mean by that is the following. If I ask people generically that are believers in free trade, if they believe in free trade, their hand will automatically go up. But if I nuance it and I further say during the Cold War with the West and the Soviet Union, if I'd ask the question, do you believe in free trade regardless of any circumstances? And then I ask the question, do you believe in free trade when it comes to precision small ball bearings? People might say yes. But then if they find out that precision ball bearings were used by the Soviets to MIRV their missiles so that those missiles could more easily target things in North America, then all of a sudden people got concerned and they didn't like selling precision small ball bearings. And so free trade sometimes, Mr. Speaker, sounds good, but if it's done with strategic assets that can be used or abused by enemies in a military context, that's a problem. I'm wondering what the member's definition of free trade is.
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Short answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind the Honourable Member that this motion is not about free trade. It's about fair investment, foreign investment. A fair foreign investment, which we're not against foreign investment. We're against a foreign takeover. So this is not about free trade. It's about foreign takeover of our companies. We're interested in having foreign companies invest in Canada. A good example is De Beers in northern Canada, who is invested in the north, who has consulted with the First Nation, has consulted with the communities, has consulted with their employees. So we're interested in foreign investment. We're not interested in foreign takeovers.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to rise on this motion today in this House with the work of my colleague from Nickel Belt and in particular the work of my colleague from Windsor West who's raised these issues again and again. I'm also proud to stand here as a member for the riding of Timmins, James Bay. My grandfather, Charlie Angus, came to Timmins from the Hawk Hill tenements at Dundee, and he died on the shop floor at the Hollinger mine. My mother's father, Joseph McNeil, left with the waves of Cape Bretoners to work underground at Timmins. He broke his back in a fall of ground, which at those days, that wasn't even commented on in the newspapers because life was cheap. When my grandfathers were working underground, the average life expectancy for an East European man was 41 years of age. And that was considered a norm. And that was considered perfectly okay by industry. And I'm here to say today that my grandparents' generation fought so that our communities would benefit and there would be a decent way of life in the mines in Northern Ontario. And we're not about, at this point, in 2010, to turn back the clock and allow companies like Valley and Xstrata to run our resources into the ground. And that's what this motion is about. This motion is about this Conservative government's absolute failure to stand up for national interests. And we have to condemn them for what has happened at Stelco, what's happened at Nortel, what's happened at Xstrata, what's happened at Valley, because that will be the template they use on industry after industry, and Canadians need to see what's coming down the pipe. I'd like to say, Mr. Speaker, at the beginning, this is a very clear discussion. This is not about foreign investment. This is about scrutinizing foreign takeovers. I'll give you an example. This week, the first diamonds ever from Ontario went on sale from the Victor Diamond Mine on the James Bay coast. And I'll tell you about De Beers. De Beers came and they built a $1 billion mine. They've hired people. They've signed impact benefit agreements with First Nation communities. Now, I know there are people in some of my James Bay communities who don't believe that they got the best deal they could out of it. But I'll tell you, I've worked with De Beers. I've had them phone me when we won the fight to get a school in Attawapiskat. The CEO of De Beers called me that day and said, how do we help? That's foreign investment. That's something that we must welcome on all sides of the political house, to have an investment climate, to welcome companies to come in invest, and see the potential. But there's something fundamentally different between the behavior of De Beers and Valley that are a brutal, nasty 9-month strike, a needless strike when the price of nickel would give Valley the kind of profits that their shareholders could be pleased with. But even more striking for me, Mr. Speaker, is that this week, Xstrata is moving to shut down the copper refining and zinc refining capacity of Ontario. This has to be really understood because the Conservatives were warned about this. Xstrata had a less than stellar record. And when, in 2006, we were on the verge of seeing the merger of Inco and Falconbridge, which would have created, out of 2 world-class mining operations, a world-class super operation. And at the time, there was a lot of excitement and interest in the mining industry because of the synergies between Inco and Falconbridge, the kind of technical expertise. These were the most productive base metal mining companies in the world. And they were on the verge of merging, but they were held up in a regulatory hurdle. And that's when Xstrata, this corporate raider, came along to try and take Falconbridge. And at that time, we pushed this government for a simple thing. We weren't asking them to stop Xstrata. We were asking them, as government, because of the interest of these national resources, to hold off on allowing Xstrata to run away with Falconbridge until both bids were on the table. And in June 2006, Mr. Speaker, I asked the then industry minister a very clear question about the issue of needing to have both bids on the table. And I spoke specifically about the fact that I said we're talking about the infrastructure of Canada's copper industry being picked off by this company that's set up in an unaccountable Swiss canton. Now, my colleague from Windsor West and the Industry Committee passed a motion calling on the government to hold off until both bids were on the table. But, you know, the government, of course, laughed it off. And, in fact, the industry minister had quite a little chuckle at the time. He said, well, I haven't heard any rumors that they're going to get up and move the mines. It shows how little this government understands the mining industry. No, they weren't going to move the mines, but they could move the copper ore. And that's exactly what's happening with Xstrata right now. Xstrata has come in, and they've sent a clear message. They're not interested in the traditional compact that we've had with industry, that they're going to develop the resources and process them in Ontario. They've said very clearly they're not going to meet the environmental standards. They'll shut down Sudbury if they want to. They're shutting down Timmins. And unfortunately, and my colleagues from Quebec, I'm warning them, they're going to be shutting Rouyn-Noranda next. This is about moving copper to China and other places for processing. And this is a complete failure by this government, because if you talk to anybody in the mining industry, they will tell you that what was allowed to happen under this government with Falconbridge and Inco is the equivalent of the Avro Arrow. That the development of the Sudbury Basin is going to be permanently impacted because of the short-sighted lack of understanding of what was at stake here. And I'm seeing in my community of Timmins right now, 1,000 jobs being lost right off the board, 4,000 jobs in the region. The loss of this refinery is sending a very clear message, and it's a message that this government kind of likes, that now our resource regions will be treated like any third world jurisdiction, because being open for business is open. They want us to be open for the bad players as well as the good players. And, Mr. Speaker, that's not the way we need to do business in this country. The government, as my colleague from the Bloc had spoke about ideology, Mr. Speaker, they are blinded, as G.K. Chesterton said, by the horrible mysticism of money. They believe that capital, being allowed to do whatever it wants, is the only social good. That is what the Conservatives believe. So if Xstrata comes in and tells our communities, you are just another third world jurisdiction, we don't have any obligation to process resources, we're going to ship it out, the government says fine, because capital speaks. If Valley comes in and tells the most productive mining workers in the world at Port Colborne, at Voisey's Bay, at Sudbury, that you are now a disposable workforce, this government says that's perfectly okay. But, Mr. Speaker, we know it's not okay. And if we are going to see this complete lack of due diligence from this government on key sectors like mining, then what is going to happen when they start to sell off our telecommunications? when they start to sell off the tar sands lock, stock, and barrel to the Chinese so they can just move the bitumen out and process it elsewhere. It's a lack of a national vision that this government has to be held accountable. You know, Mr. Speaker, the other day we lost the third largest OSB manufacturer in North America, Grants. And our leader asked the Minister of Industry, where was the net benefit to Canada? And the Minister of Industry couldn't even stand up and give us an answer on his own. He had to read from a press release put out by Georgia Pacific. Mr. Speaker, we aren't Georgia. This is Canada. This government has an obligation when they review a sale. It's not to say a sale won't happen, but when they review a sale, to ensure that the people who are buying up these resources will do so to the net benefit of Canada. It's a simple thing. I don't see why it's been so hard. So what this motion today before us, Mr. Speaker, is very clear. This government has to be held accountable because they blew it. I'm calling on my colleagues from all parties to stand with us and say, what has happened at Valley, what has happened at Xstrata, what has happened at Stelco, what's happened with the tearing apart of Nortel has been a national tragedy. And this government has to take responsibility for it because they have to learn the lessons of this. And Canadians need to learn the lessons of ensuring that when we're dealing with our resources, that there's a net benefit. Mr. Speaker, I'll just say in conclusion, Canada has now dropped to 14th out of 17th in Western countries in terms of industrial innovation. It's no wonder, because when you're a branch plant economy, the investments aren't made. Statistics Canada tell us that Canadian operations are twice as profitable as the ones owned by foreign companies in Canada because we're just a branch plant economy. We have to do better than selling off our natural resources to the detriment of our communities. Our people have a right to benefit from those jobs. Our regions have a right, and our country needs to stand up for this principle. That's why the New Democrats put forward this motion, and we're calling on all members of this House to work with us. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll pose the question in a different way to my colleague across the way. There's an old expression that says you don't sell a rope to an opponent who wants to hang you with it. And so if we were allowing, for example, one private enterprise to buy other private enterprises, some people would say, and I think most people would agree, that that's probably a good idea. But if you allowed state-owned enterprises, another state's enterprises owned by the state, to buy your private sector enterprises, some people may raise issues with that. But then some people might say, well, what about the case of Norway or France? They're friends of NATO. But what if you had other state-owned enterprises who were open military threats to your way of life that wanted to go ahead and buy those private assets that you have in your country? So then the question becomes, do you sell the opponents the nickel to harden their missiles to hit you with? Or do you sell your opponents the telecommunications to go ahead and spy on you with? I pose these questions to my colleague.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome my colleague's question because I think it is very pertinent. Because before Xstrata was allowed to walk off with Falconbridge, China Min Metals attempted to walk out, and my colleague is very aware of that file. And we raised that question then. The Liberal government was going to allow that sell-off, and it was clearly a detriment. And this had to be looked at. But we have to look at Valley as well. I mean, Valley is part of the Brazilian government. And when we look at what Valley's plan for Sudbury, they're saying we now have to be like Brazilian workers. We have to go down to their standard. There's some serious questions that have to be addressed. And when we're talking, as my colleague pointed out, telecommunications, certainly there's a national security interest. Telecommunications has been identified as a national security priority for 20-some years in this country. These are questions that have to be reviewed. It's not to say that when sales happen are suggested they're not going to be allowed, but they have to be reviewed, and they have to be reviewed with due diligence.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his passionate speech on this particular issue. I know it's important to him and his people back in his riding, as the issue is important to myself and the people I represent back in Labrador. It would seem to me that the member has articulated that the government has abdicated its responsibility to protect our natural resources and that is the Conservative government has abdicated its responsibility to protect our workers, and that the Conservative government has not done enough to make sure that our labour standards are being respected by companies who come in here and take over Canadian companies. I would ask the member, would he agree with that particular statement, and how is it that he sees this motion helping to improve the situation for Canadian industries, natural resource industries, and for Canadian workers? And particularly, I want to speak to him to speak to workers in Voisey's Bay and those hired by companies like Valet Inc. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And very quickly, the point of this motion, I think, is that we have to put a warning signal to other communities. People in Voisey's Bay who are suffering, people in Sudbury who are suffering, people in Timmins who are seeing the copper refining capacity of Ontario permanently removed. It'll never come back. We would never have thought this possible. We never thought a government would abandon our regions and our economy so badly as what's happened under this government. That's why a signal has to be sent to other parts of this country to say, your sectors are next, because this government is sending out a clear signal that they're open to selling whatever off to whoever wants to come in and take it. And it's going to be an awful fire sale, and it's going to affect every one of our communities.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, as is the wont of the Conservatives in free trade agreements, quite clearly they don't carry out impact studies. And now they're going to allow transfer of foreign assets up to a certain amount without any particular Canadian or Quebec impact study being conducted. Doesn't the member think that it is excessive to bring the limit up to $1 billion without review and therefore without consequence or action plan to determine whether jobs and investments will be protected?
Or Timmins, James Bay, short answer, please.
Well, quite frankly, it's a joke. $1 billion threshold is a joke. They're just thumbing their nose at their responsibility. At $400 million, we've already seen them rubber stamp and allow major industries to be sold off. They're sending a signal that Canada is up for sale. End of story.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, let me begin by stating that foreign investment plays an important role in the Canadian economy. Foreign investors bring with them knowledge, capabilities, and technology which can increase the productivity, efficiency, and competitiveness of Canadian firms. These investments frequently help Canadian-based companies to expand and create jobs for Canadians. Recognizing the importance of investment flows into the country, Canada has a broad framework in place to promote trade and investment while at the same time protecting Canadian interests. It is important to note that investment flows both into and out of Canada. In fact, Canadian international acquisitions exceeded the value of foreign acquisitions over the past several years. According to the Crosby M&A quarterly report, 204 Canadian companies acquired foreign companies in 2009. That's 204 Canadian companies acquired foreign companies in 2009 compared to 83 foreign companies acquiring Canadian firms. In order to ensure that Canadian firms continue to have access to investment opportunities abroad, it is important for Canada to maintain a global investment climate which encourages the free flow of investment. The Investment Canada Act provides a mechanism to review significant acquisitions of Canadian enterprises by non-Canadian companies to determine if they will be of net benefit to Canada. It also provides a mechanism to review investment which could be injurious to national security. I'd like to take this opportunity to describe to you how the Investment Canada Act works and how decisions are taken by the Minister. First, the administration of the Act is shared between two ministers and their respective departments. The Minister of Canadian Heritage is responsible for the review of investments involving cultural businesses, and the Minister of Industry is responsible for the review of all other investments. The Minister of Industry is also responsible for all other aspects of the administration of the Act, including initiating enforcement measures. My comments today will focus only on those investments that are the responsibility of the Minister of Industry. When a foreign investor proposes to acquire a Canadian business, the investor has certain responsibilities under the Act. Foreign investors must either file a notification or an application for review. an investor must file a notification where there is an establishment of a new Canadian business or where there is an acquisition of control of a Canadian business with assets below the established threshold. For an investment which is not subject to a net benefit review under the Act, where an investor has provided the information required by the Investment Canada regulations, the investor has met its obligations under the Act. No further action is required on the part of the investor. Information required under the regulations includes the names of the investor and the Canadian business, their respective addresses, a description of the business of the latter, and its level of assets. Where a proposed investment is subject to a net benefit review under the Act, the investor cannot implement the transaction without the approval of the minister responsible for the Act. The investor must provide certain information as part of the filing of an application, including its plan for the Canadian business. Acquisitions are subject to review when the assets of the Canadian business to be acquired are equal to or above the thresholds established in the Act. The threshold which applies to WTO members is adjusted each year by an amount equal to the change in the nominal gross domestic product. The threshold is $299 million for 2010. The threshold for cultural businesses remains at the level established in 1985. It is $5 million for direct acquisitions or $50 million for indirect acquisitions. The Act provides the minister an initial 45 days to complete the review of a proposed investment and make a determination of net benefit. The minister can extend the review period if necessary by 30 days. The review period can be extended further if both the investor and the minister agree. The Minister of Industry approves an application for review only where he is satisfied, based on the plans, undertakings, and other representations of the investor, that the investment is likely to be of net benefit to Canada. In making his determination of net benefit, the Minister of Industry must consider the factors listed in Section 20 of the Act. These include the effect of the investment on the level and nature of economic activity in Canada, the degree and significance of participation by Canadians in the Canadian business or new Canadian business, the effect of the investment on productivity, industrial efficiency, technological development, product innovation, and product variety in Canada, the effect of the investment on competition within any industry or industries in Canada, the compatibility of the investment with national, industrial, economic, and cultural policies, and finally, the contribution of the investment to Canada's ability to compete in world markets. As part of the review process, Mr. Speaker, the Investment Review Branch of Industry Canada consults with the federal government departments with policy responsibility for the industrial sector involved in the proposed acquisition, with the Competition Bureau, and with the provinces, all the provinces in which the Canadian business has substantial activities or assets. The purpose of the consultation is to engage sector specialists at both the federal and provincial level to identify any policies that should be considered in the review and to obtain the views and concerns of the consulted parties relating to the acquisition. Industry Canada's Investment Review Branch relies on consulted parties to identify areas of concern for the sector and for the specific Canadian business. Once the consulted parties have provided their input, discussions take place with the investor and legally enforceable undertakings are discussed with the investor to address the concerns of the consulted parties. Industry Canada Investment Review Branch staff also perform an independent analysis of the acquisition. To do so, they examine financial statements and annual reports for both the investor and the Canadian business. This information provides an indication of the strategic, marketing, operating, and financial strengths of each party and assists the analysis of how the two companies fit together. In addition, the investor is frequently requested to provide additional information to better understand the plans it has for the Canadian business. Mr. Speaker, in 2009, the Investment Review Branch of Industry Canada received and processed 415 notifications. In addition, the Minister of Industry approved 22 applications for review. The motion before us asks that the government act immediately to protect the interests of Canadian workers, their communities, and the strategic and long-term interests of the Canadian economy by, quote, improving its review of foreign takeovers that involve key Canadian resource, manufacturing, high-tech, and potentially telecommunications companies by strengthening the Investment Canada Act, by lowering the threshold for public review, ensuring public hearings in affected communities, and requiring publication for the reasons for decisions and conditions to be met by approved foreign owners, unquote. Mr. Speaker, as I've mentioned, under the Investment Canada Act, where an investment is subject to review under the Act, the Minister must approve an investor's application for review before an investor can implement an acquisition. The Minister only approves applications where he is satisfied based on the plans, undertakings, and other representations of the investor that the investment is likely to be of net benefit to Canada. The review process under the Act is a rigorous process, which involves careful analysis and extensive consultations with government departments and the provinces. Let me take a moment at this time to explain the confidentiality provisions of the Act. These provisions do not permit the Minister to make comments about specific investments without the investor's prior agreement. Divulging confidential information outside of the narrow exceptions of the Act is a criminal infraction. Some of the members of this House have questioned why the confidentiality provisions of this Act are so strict. The confidentiality provisions of the Act reflect the fact that information shared by investors with the government is often commercially sensitive information, which, if disclosed, could harm the competitive position of the investor and its partners, including, for instance, its suppliers. Unless they are assured that the government will be protected, that their information will be protected by the government, investors will be reluctant to share information that is critical to the rigorous review process. To ensure that the Minister can obtain the information he requires to make his net benefit determination, very strict confidentiality provisions have been included in the Investment Canada Act, and these must be followed. During the review process, investors generally provide plans and undertakings to support their position that investments are likely to be of net benefit to Canadians. All approved investments are subject to monitoring to determine the extent to which the plans and undertakings provided by the investor have been implemented. An evaluation of the implementation of the plans and undertakings provided by the investor is ordinarily performed 18 months after the implementation of the investment. Additional evaluations are performed based on the duration of the plans and undertakings. The Act provides for remedies where a non-Canadian investor implements an investment on terms or conditions that vary materially from those contained in an application, or where the investor has failed to comply with a written undertaking. The decision to take enforcement measures under the Investment Canada Act is based on the overall performance of an investor in implementing its plans and undertakings. Decisions to take enforcement measures are made on a case-by-case basis by the Minister, based on the specific circumstances of the transaction. The process for enforcing plans and undertakings provided by an investor during the review process includes seeking an order from a superior court to remedy any gap in implementation of plans or undertakings. Mr. Speaker, the government has recently completed a review of the Act and has implemented amendments to ensure that the Act will apply to those investments which are the most important to the Canadian economy and to increase the transparency of the Act. In July 2007, the government appointed the Competition Policy Review Panel, chaired by Red Wilson. As part of its mandate, the panel reviewed both the Investment Canada Act and the Competition Act. In June 2008, the panel released its final report entitled Compete to Win, with recommendations to enhance Canada's competitive performance. The panel concluded that Canada benefits from being open to the world, and attracting greater foreign investment is in Canada's interest. Accordingly, it concluded that the Investment Canada Act should be applied to fewer cases where the market importance of the transaction is the greatest. To achieve this, it recommended notably that the threshold under the Act be increased. The panel also recommended measures to improve the transparency and accountability of the Investment Canada Act, while recognizing the importance of preserving commercially sensitive information. And finally, the panel endorsed the creation of a new review mechanism for national security. In March 2009, the government made a series of amendments to the Investment Canada Act, which resulted in the adoption of the panel's core recommendations and conclusions. These amendments were by far the most important legislative changes to the Investment Canada Act since its adoption in 1985. The government recognizes that global markets have evolved, and so too must our framework policy. The amendments ensure that reviews of proposed investments will apply to those investments which are the most important to the Canadian economy, and continue to allow foreign investors to create jobs in Canada by investing here. These amendments also improve transparency in the administration of the Act, so that Canadians and foreign investors alike can better understand the workings of the Act and its objectives. More specifically, the amendments reform the Act by changing the basis for the general review threshold from the book value of the gross assets to enterprise value. Regulations are required to bring this change into force. by raising the general review threshold to $1 billion over a 4-year period. It currently stands at $299 million in gross assets. By eliminating the application of the lower review threshold in identified sectors, for example, transportation services, financial services, and uranium production sectors. By requiring the minister to justify any decisions to disallow an investment and allowing the minister to disclose administrative information on the review process. Requiring the publication of an annual report on the operations of the Act, and finally by authorizing the government to review investments that impair or threaten to impair national security, and if necessary, to take appropriate action. Mr. Speaker, these amendments will help Canada attract more foreign investment, a key driver of growth by improving Canada's access to know-how and technology, by enhancing Canadian ability to innovate and reach global markets, and by continuing to employ Canadians throughout the country. In conclusion, the Act provides a mechanism for the review of significant investment proposals to determine whether they are of net benefit to Canada. The government has examined the Act and has introduced amendments to ensure that it applies to the investments which are the most important to the Canadian economy and to improve the transparency of its administration. The government also has enforcement measures at its disposal which it can invoke where the minister was not satisfied that investors have fulfilled their obligations under the Act. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address my colleagues in the House.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for St. Bruno, St. Hubert, Broadcasting Industry.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. Very clearly, he indicated the wording of the Investment Canada Act. But when he was talking about the wording, what he wasn't talking about is the effects. And here's how the Investment Canada Act has worked in my community. About a year and a half ago, Strata laid off 686 workers, 7 months before the 3-year agreement expired. Strata is closing down the copper refinery in Timmins. Vale Inco has laid off over about 400 people, 400 workers. They've been on strike for 10 months. That is now affecting the mining supply and services sector, which is 17,000 employees in Sudbury, who've went from 40 hours a week to about 21 hours a week. Hopefully some of them are still working. This is affecting jobs in the retail sector. So what we're trying to find out is what is the net benefit? What is the net benefit to Timmins and Voisey's Bay and Port Colborne? What is the net benefit to Sudbury? And what is the net benefit to Canada when we continue to lose jobs, to export these jobs to China and to other third world countries, when all along we see people pointing fingers at other governments or not taking responsibility? What is the net benefit to this Investment Canada Act for the people in Northern Ontario?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his question. Now, the Honourable Member attributes to changes in the Investment Canada Act results from a global economic slowdown. And I would note that as this global economic slowdown has affected countries around the world, commentators around the world have pointed to Canada as a leader in terms of our approach in this regard. I would also point out the NDP ideology, I guess, would seek to build a wall around Canada. Nothing would get in, nothing would get out. Canadian companies would be unable to grow beyond our borders. Of course, Canadian companies would be unable to sell their products around the world. The NDP protectionist ideology would be devastating to Canadians. It would be devastating to Canadian companies. It would be devastating to Canadian consumers. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, it would be devastating to Canadian workers.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nipissing to Miskaming.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up on the Honourable Member from Sudbury, because the question really does affect Northern Ontario, an area that I'm very close to and I live in. And what was supposed to happen is we're supposed to have foreign investment. And when we think of foreign investment, usually it's companies coming in and investing capital, investing, doing research and development. But what we have in Northern Ontario are mines, we have forestry products, we have natural resources. My question for the parliamentary secretary is, what do we do in Northern Ontario where we basically open up Canada to foreign companies who want to come in, basically rape, pillage, and plunder our natural resources without putting anything in, basically allowing them to come in, take what they want, and leave as they wish? Now, maybe the honourable member can tell me what this government is doing, or are they just sitting back and letting anybody in to do whatever they want with our natural resources while our people lie unemployed and wait for jobs and beg cap in hand?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I thank the my honourable colleague for his question. Once again, I would reiterate what I said in my speech. There are specific criteria that are used to define net benefit to Canada. Virtually every economist in the world would point to foreign investment as being a key driver of growth, of better jobs, of better quality of life in terms of technology and all of the different things that we benefit from. I would also point out that the number of Canadian companies, Canadian champions, buying companies in other countries is significantly higher than vice versa, contrary to what the opposition parties would have us believe. Canada is uniquely positioned in the world among industrialized countries as we come out of this global slowdown, as indicated by commentary from the IMF, from the OECD, from the World Economic Forum. Virtually every knowledgeable foreign organization of countries, economic organization, has pointed to Canada as a world leader coming out of this global slowdown.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must ask the member if he is aware, as we can see in the cases mentioned in the NDP motion, that foreign ownership also means layoffs, closures, and failure to respect agreements reached with the government, particularly in a context where there is no review process for companies with transactions of about $1 billion. And we talked about the resources that people are coming to exploit. We also know that our resources will be processed and value added. If we don't have the opportunity to do the impact study, to assess the impact for the multitude of companies with these kinds of transactions of this value, I think the risks increase with the number of companies because we'll have to look at the impacts and the risks of often seeing companies later move and the losses of development opportunities.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, again, and I thank the honourable member for his question. I would point out under the Investment Canada Act, first of all, the changes that were made were changes that were largely put forward by a panel of renowned experts across this country. So these were changes that have been widely accepted as being changes that would benefit Canada significantly economically, especially given the fact that we're a trading nation. I would also point out that in terms of the net benefit review and the undertakings taken by different companies, of course, we're talking about several different companies that are named in the motion and that members opposite have named. Of course, in every case, the undertakings are very, very different. In some cases, the challenges faced by those companies are largely due to circumstances that come out of this global economic slowdown that we've talked about and everybody is aware of. In one particular case, of course, the judgment of the minister, a company hadn't met its requirements according to its undertakings, and that case is now before the courts, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm just amazed at the economic illiteracy of this Conservative government. It's not surprising, Mr. Speaker. You've got a Prime Minister who learned his economics from a textbook. He never had to meet a payroll in his entire career before coming into the House. So what the Parliamentary Secretary obviously doesn't know is that every single bilateral that this government has signed has actually led to a reduction in exports. I mean, they don't even check their facts, Mr. Speaker. It's absolutely appalling. The other thing that the Parliamentary Secretary obviously does not know, in the last 20 years, for most Canadian families, their real income has declined. It has declined, not gone up. Now, the wealthy, of course, are wealthier than ever. If you're a banker or if you're a corporate executive, yes, your income has gone up. It's skyrocketed for the wealthiest 20%. But for most Canadians, watching today, most Canadians watching this debate right across this country, their real income has declined, in large part because of the do-nothing attitude of the previous Liberal government and the complete incompetence of this current Conservative government on economic issues. So the question is very simple. Why do they not take the stewardship of the economy in hand so that they can ensure that when foreign investment comes into this country, it's actually in the interests of Canadians in Northern Ontario and everywhere else in the country? Why don't they do their job?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure the dozens of Canadians that are tuned in right now are having a hard time hearing my answer because they're laughing hysterically at the NDP member's speech on economics. Mr. Speaker, let's take a look at what the experts have had to say about Canada's approach. We have a Nobel Prize-winning economist, Paul Krugman, who said, quote, "We need to learn from those countries that evidently did it right. And leading that list is our neighbour to the north. Right now, Canada is a very important role model." Patricia Croft from RBC Global Asset Management had this to say, quote, "In terms of the global comparisons, Canada is the envy of just about every other country in the world."
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with my colleague for Nissing to Miskameng, and if you could give me an indication when I'm at 9 minutes, I would appreciate it.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak today on the motion by my colleague in the NDP having to do with Investment Canada. We will be voting for the principle of this motion according to which the Investment Canada Act has to be changed so there is greater accountability for the benefit of Canadians. The sell-off of Stelco, Falconbridge, Nortel and others, well, the government is responsible for an unprecedented loss in these areas. Let's look at Inco. Inco was a mining company that exported. It was one of the greatest in Northern Ontario. It was bought in 2006 by Brazilian CVRD or Vale. The amalgamated company was Vale Inco, and it is now one of the second biggest producers of nickel in the world. Workers at Vale and Sudbury have been on strike for 18 months, and this is having an effect on the price of nickel, and because of this, it is affecting their pension system. They have asked for the disclosure of the agreement with Vale when it took over Inco under the Investment Canada Act, especially with respect to working conditions and investments. Now let's talk about Falconbridge. It was also a Canadian mining company that mined nickel and copper, one of the foremost in Canada, and was bought by Xstrata, which is a Swiss company, which is now being carefully reviewed since it deleted or removed cut all kinds of jobs in Timmins. Then there's Stelco. It's one of the major steel companies in Hamilton. It was bought by U.S. Steel in 2007 for $2 billion. At the beginning of 2009, Stelco U.S. Steel said it was closing its steel plants in Hamilton, which led to the loss of some 7,000 jobs. Stelco U.S. Steel then said that the production costs were too high, and this had motivated it to close the steel plants and to transfer activity to the United States. They were able to do this because of provisions in the American legislation which favors buying American, and because Americans will only buy American-made steel. There was a legal notice that was made to this company because they said that the closures countervened the agreement made by U.S. Steel when it took over Stelco, and on June 13th, Stelco U.S. Steel reopened a plant in Hamilton, but nothing has resumed yet. Now for Nortel. After many ups and downs, Nortel asked for protection under the Bankruptcy Act, and since then Nortel has sold many of its branches, especially divisions on communications, wireless communications, optics companies, as well as its foreign interests. When it sold its wireless technology, the federal government got a plan for the takeover of RIM in order to come up with a new company specializing in wireless, which would be part of a pooling of leading-edge technologies by both companies. The Conservative government chose not to approve this project of uniting Nortel and RIM, even though it was allowed under the legislation. And what we're seeing instead is a transfer of knowledge and intellectual property, especially with respect to wireless technology and long-term evolution. This seems to be the way of the future, and major European and American companies who represent 50% of the wireless communications technology have begun converting to long-term evolution technology. Now let's look at the NDP motion. This motion talks about whether the Investment Canada Act gives the federal government the means it needs to defend Canada's best interests. This means to strengthen the economy, protect jobs, and intellectual property. The Liberal Party is in agreement with the NDP motion to the effect that the legislation must be amended in order to ensure greater accountability and greater transparency. And our opinion may differ with respect to specific amendments. The Liberal Party believes that the government must play a constructive leadership role to create networks and find solutions to strengthen our economy. With respect to Inco, Falconbridge, Stelco, and Nortel, the federal government could have played a leadership role by talking to business leaders and others in order to create a competitive industry on the world stage, and they could have done this. And unfortunately, the Conservative government did not play a leadership role. And I'll summarize, Mr. Speaker, because of the Conservatives' laissez-faire and because of the loss of cutting-edge technologies that might have led to all kinds of developments in jobs have been lost. The present government could have showed greater initiative in bringing together Nortel and RIM in order to create a Canadian giant in innovation, but they didn't do that. We have been fighting. We have been fighting in order to stop the closures of steel mills in Hamilton. The Conservative government could have done this. It could have fought and discussed with congressmen and others. They didn't do so. They could also have seen a merger of mining companies, but they didn't do it. Any other country in the world would have studied these sales and would have asked companies to account for their actions, but the Conservative government just stood by. Liberals expect the government to defend Canada's interests and especially the jewels in the crown of our technology. We are in favor of foreign investments, and we encourage Canadian business to invest abroad. But unlike the Conservatives, who give pride of place to laissez-faire, the Liberal Party believes that the government has a positive role to play, that of a leader in finding networks and situations that will help to make the Canadian economy more dynamic. Mr. Speaker, we can do great things in this country if we have a government which is ready to show some imagination and leadership. Unfortunately, it is not the case today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to my honourable colleague, and again, I think the issue before us is if we don't learn lessons from the debacle that has happened, it's going to have serious impacts when this government starts their fire sale of our telecommunications, our oil and gas sector, and shipping raw bitumen off to China. But when this government is challenged on the mistakes that they've made, I've noticed that getting a straight and honest answer is sometimes difficult. For example, when the government was challenged on the fact that they absolutely, totally, 190% blew it with Vale, and we have a national tragedy unfolding in Sudbury, the industry minister claimed that at the time of the Vale takeover, where nickel prices were the highest in memory, where there was a massive bidding war, that Sudbury, he said, it, quote, was in the valley of death, and that Vale had to come along and save the poor people of Sudbury because they were going to lose their future. And it was a complete misrepresentation. This was only 3 years ago. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague why he thinks it is that the minister couldn't just do the honest thing and stand up and say, you know what, I should have done better, I should have paid attention to the file, I should have known that industry, but I didn't and I blew it.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for his comment, and I think that he summarized it very well. The reality is that the Minister, when he talked about the Valley of Death, was speaking really his mind, perhaps far too candidly for the occasion, and didn't appreciate the difficulties, in fact the anguish that people in Northern Ontario are going through. Let's face it, Mr. Speaker, this is a government that believes in free markets, doesn't believe in looking at the specific circumstances of different regions of our country and of different industries and adapting to those circumstances, realizing what is at stake. This is a government that's signed up, read 101 free market, and follows that blindly.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his speech, and I'm glad he's identified himself as one of the good Liberals and not one of those bad Liberals from the past where under successive Liberal majority governments not a single foreign takeover was blocked or even came under review. But I'm glad that they're on side on this motion, and I really did enjoy the member's comments. Mr. Speaker, in 2007, for the first time since 1999, foreign-controlled companies operating in Canada held more than half, 52.8% of the manufacturing assets, up from 46.8% in 2006. And Statistics Canada says the increase was due largely to foreign acquisitions of Canadian-controlled firms, especially in the primary metals and wood and papers. Does the honourable member believe that this is a matter of strategic importance for Canada and that this trend would ultimately have a hugely detrimental effect on this country's key industries and its future economic growth?
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
I thank the Honourable Member for his comment, and I will highlight the fact that he spoke of strategic interests. And I want to mention today that I was involved as a witness at the time when MDA company McDonald Detweiler and Associates was being reviewed under the Canada Investment Act as to whether it would be in the of net benefit to Canada for this company to remain in Canadian hands or not. And I was one of the witnesses who argued that it should remain in Canadian hands, largely because of my knowledge of the space sector and realizing the strategic importance of MDA to Canada's interests. And although it represented the only instance where a foreign acquisition was turned down, I think the member has highlighted a very central point, that there has to be a strategic element brought into the Canada Investment Act when we review possible foreign takeovers. National security can be one of those, of course, but there are other strategic interests that come into play depending on what industrial sector we're talking about, and it is important to have that approach when we're considering whether or not a company can take over a Canadian company under the Canada Investment Act. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nipissing Timiskaming.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'était un plaisir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to take part in this very important debate. I'd also like to thank the member for Westmount Ville-Marie. He spoke about many important things that affect Canadians.
And I firmly believe in the principle behind this motion, that the Investment Canada Act must be reviewed to give Canadians more transparency and accountability. This Conservative government could have shown leadership in bringing Nortel and RIM together to create a new Canadian innovative giant, but it did not. This Conservative government should have fought every day in every U.S. Congress, Senate, and Governor's office to fight the Buy America and prevent the closure of U.S. steel plants in Hamilton and Etico, but it did not. The Conservative government should have shown leadership in bringing Inco and Falconbridge together to create a new, globally competitive Canadian giant, but it did not. Any country around the world would review these sales and hold those companies accountable, but this Conservative government did not. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want their government to stand up for Canada and help build Canadian champions. The Prime Minister and his Conservative government are abandoning our future, plain and simple. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want a government that offers a plan, a government that offers a vision of where we want Canada to be in 5, 10, 20, 30 years from now, a vision that looks to protect our jobs, our children's jobs, and our grandchildren's jobs, a government that doesn't allow indiscriminate selling off of our resources, leaving us as serfs on our own home soil. This Conservative government does nothing more than react to the latest crisis, selling off whatever comes up so that it can get it out of the way, hoping that it doesn't stick to them. Is it doing what's best for Canadians in the long term, or simply doing what's expedient in order to get them through the next quarter? We know that this is not a way to build a corporation. We've seen what happens when people take a look at a short-term sight or a short outlook into their corporations. Everything falls apart. It's certainly not a way to build a strong country. On this side of the House, the Liberal Party supports foreign investment and encourages Canadian companies investing abroad. Unlike the Conservatives, the Liberal Party believes in the positive role of government to lead, to create networks, and to find solutions to strengthen the Canadian economy. Mr. Speaker, in order to understand the significance of the motion that has been put forward today, we should outline some of the history and the background that has led to this point. Inco, once a leading nickel and copper mining company in Northern Ontario, Inco was bought out in 2006 by Brazilian CVRD, or Vale. They merged, and Vale Inco is now the second largest producer of nickel in the world, with sales of approximately $8 billion in 2009. Now, workers at Vale Inco in Sudbury and in Voisey's Bay have been on strike for over 10 months, deadlocked over the issue of nickel, price bonuses, and pension reform. Local workers, as well as Liberals and NDP, have pushed hard for the federal government to reveal the agreement and conditions for jobs and investment made under the Investment Canada Act when Vale purchased Inco. This Conservative government gave us nothing. Falconbridge, also once a leading Canadian nickel and copper mining company in Northern Ontario. Falconbridge was bought out by Xstrata of Switzerland in 2006. Xstrata most recently came under scrutiny when it was announced Xstrata was eliminating 700 jobs from its Timmins facility. This Conservative government did nothing. Stelco, once major producer of steel in the Hamilton region, Stelco was purchased by U.S. Steel for $2 billion in August of 2007. In early 2009, Stelco U.S. announced
it would close its Hamilton and Lake Erie plant, laying off some 700 employees. Citing cost concern, Stelco, U.S. Steel, claimed that at the time that it would be closing the 2 plants and transferring the production south of the border. This has been linked to the U.S. Buy American clause, requiring stimulus funds to be used for only U.S.-produced steel. On May 7, 2009, the industry minister actually did something this time. He sent Stelco, U.S. Steel, a demand letter to reopen 2 plants, claiming the closure violated U.S. Steel's commitment when they took over Stelco. On June 13th, Stelco, U.S. Steel, reopened its Hamilton plant, but no change was made to the Lake Erie plant. He should have kept going. He didn't go after it. He did nothing. Nortel, after years of turmoil, Nortel entered bankruptcy protection in 2009. Since that time, Nortel has sold many of its constituent parts from its wireless enterprise and optics division to foreign companies. In the sell-off of its wireless technology division, the federal government was presented an opportunity to bring together Nortel and RIM of Waterloo to create a newly merged wireless company, with RIM and Nortel cutting-edge technology. The Conservative government chose not to do so and refused to review the sale of Nortel's wireless division to Sweden's Ericsson, despite the fact that Canada's Investment Canada Act clearly defined that a review was required. Once again, the Conservative government did nothing. The result was significant expertise and intellectual property with regards to the next generation. As mentioned earlier by my colleague, the long-term evolution technology was transferred to Ericsson. LTE is without a doubt the key to technology worth billions of dollars. Significant European and U.S. companies with more than 50% of all global mobile subscribers have declared they are moving to LTE. Among them are Verizon Wireless, AT&T US, NTT Docomo, Japan, China Mobile, Chunghwa, Taiwan, TeliaSonera, Sweden, Telenor, Norway and Sweden, Bell, Telus, Vodafone, Nokia, and Ericsson. The motion that we are debating today specifically challenges whether the Investment Canada Act, I'll refer to it as the ICA, empowers the federal government with sufficient tools to ensure Canada's best interests, strengthening the economy, protecting jobs, and valuable intellectual property. A more recent example of in the riding north of me, Timmins James Bay, who the member had spoken earlier, that affects my riding directly because many of the people who used to work at Grant Forest Products live in my riding. But recently, Grant Forest Products is in the process of being taken over by Georgia Pacific. Is this a good idea? I don't know, Mr. Speaker. Will it work out well? Is there a net benefit? I would like to think so, but this minister looked at things from a distance, and what did he do, Mr. Speaker? He did nothing. He didn't check it out, didn't review it. Mr. Speaker, my NDP colleagues and I agree with the motion before us today that the Investment Canada Act must be reviewed to ensure greater accountability and transparency. We may differ on a few specific changes, but overall, we believe that it has to be reviewed. One of the areas that really perturbs me, Mr. Speaker, is that every time we bring something up, it's mentioned that, they have the Red Wilson report, and that the Conservatives have, foreign investment is the way to go. All the economists will tell you. Well, Mr. Speaker, economists have different views, and they'll tell you what they believe in. But, being an economist is one of the few professions where if you're right just once, you've become a genius and you're a guru in your field. The reality is, what we have to look at is, what is it doing for our communities? What is it doing for our Canadians? Mr. Speaker, I notice I'm running out of time, so I'll skip over a few things. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this Conservative government is not taking the Act seriously, the Investment Canada Act seriously, and is going by ideology as opposed to following through the rules on what they should do, making sure that there is a net benefit to Canadians. In short, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have proven inept in their ability to keep foreign companies accountable for job commitments. So while my Liberal colleagues and I support foreign investment, we do not support takeovers that cut jobs indiscriminately. Unfortunately, this Conservative government fails to recognize the fundamental difference between foreign investment and foreign takeover. Mr. Speaker, I'm out of time. I'll stop speaking. And I just want to reiterate how important it is that we have an Investment Canada Act that allows Canada to protect what we have as far as natural resources, as far as jobs, and as far as what we can offer to our Canadians so that our standard of living does not fall to the lowest common denominator on a global basis. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mike Milinkovich, the Reeve of Black River Matheson, has become known in many circles as a passionate fighter for the Nortel pensioners. And when you talk about what happened to that great company with Mike, he tears up because he can't believe that something that was such a Canadian cornerstone of an innovative agenda was allowed to be just sold off like something at a fire sale. And of course, the workers totally betrayed on their pensions. And we've seen nothing but indifference from this government. If the honourable colleague talks to people in the mining sector out of North Bay, Sudbury, Timmins, this is the epicenter of international mining. And when they talk about what's happened at Falconbridge and Inco, they will say they never could have believed that a tragedy like this could have been allowed to happen with such an immense treasured resource that we have in Northern Ontario, and that they will say we will never recover from what this government did. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, because he knows people in the mining sector across the north, what people are telling him about this government's complete failure to understand the need for due diligence over the sales that have been undertaken on their watch.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Nipissing, Timiskaming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Timmins James Bay, and he's absolutely right. When you look at assets like Nortel, that really, when you look at where they started from, they didn't start on their own. And you know, I spoke earlier about vision, about being able to see where we want to be down the road. And I think Nortel is a prime example where the federal government was involved right from the beginning and helped develop it and helped get it on its feet and go. Now, what we see on the other side, however, is we see a Conservative government that says, don't worry about it. Let the market take care of things. Leave it wide open. Don't worry about it. The market forces will come and take care of you. Adam Smith is their hero. Well, Adam Smith lived thousands of years, or hundreds of years ago. Things have changed a bit since the day when people used to go around in horse and buggies. We've changed. Technology has changed. Our needs have changed. Mr. Speaker, leaving it wide open really destroys it and allows big multinationals to come in and basically pick what they want and leave the rest. That doesn't benefit our people in Northern Ontario. What I'm hearing is allowing large foreign nationals to come into Northern Ontario without checking out what they're going to do really eliminates the vision that a Canadian government should be providing. This Conservative government is not providing any vision.
That's right. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know this is a question and comment period, so this is really just a comment. I like the debate in this House to be factual. It's not often that it's not the case, but I want to choose the Stelco situation, which the member who made the speech may not know about. But Stelco was in bankruptcy, looking for a buyer for a number of years. It was threatening to close down and everyone to lose their jobs. U.S. Steel came along to bail them out and purchase them. They ran into some difficulties, and we had an agreement through the investment plan that they had to allow them to buy that they would guarantee employment. They did not follow through on that, and we have taken them to court, Mr. Speaker, on that. We have followed through on the commitments they had made. In addition, you should know, Mr. Speaker, that the Steel Union did not comment on the Buy American piece because those restrictions and those on structural steel in the U.S. had been in place since 1971, had not changed. And in fact, the Steel Union president of the Union for North America is actually a Canadian. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nipissing, Timiskaming.
Thank you. I want to thank the honourable member, and I just want to tell him that I'll be in Burlington this weekend, and I'm looking forward to seeing his fine city. As far as Stelco goes and the two locations, I think it's important to note, and I did mention it, that the minister actually did write a demand letter asking them to open both locations, or demanding them to open both locations. What we're looking at is how effective was the minister. I mean, they complained about the softwood lumber agreement in that, well, you know, we're spending all our time in court and we're not getting any action. So what they did is they basically gave away the softwood lumber industry to the states, and we had to kowtow to the Americans on that one. All of a sudden they're saying, well, being in court isn't such a bad idea when it applies to them. What are the actions, Mr. Speaker? One of them opened up, the other one didn't. There are Canadian jobs that do not exist in the steel manufacturing sector because of this government.
Yes. Reprise du débat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke, 6 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had a question for the Liberal member that just rose. I would have liked to have known the difference between foreign investment and foreign property. He was making a distinction. Now, during the question and answer period, I had an opportunity to voice the Bloc Québécois position. The Bloc will be supporting the New Democratic Party's stance. Now, in the motion, we see the names of companies that have been affected due to foreign takeovers. Many of the cases put forward by the New Democrats in their motion refer to Canadian companies being taken over by foreign companies, which has led to disastrous consequences for the Canadian, for Canada and Canadian companies. The Conservatives' policy on finances is based on dogma, blind dogma, rather than on tangible and measurable data. For the Conservatives, foreign investment automatically means modernising equipment and higher productivity. For the Conservatives, stopping foreign ownership is tantamount to halting the economy, and we know that this isn't the case. Unfortunately, in the cases listed in this motion, foreign property also means closures, layoffs, non-compliance with agreements undertaken with the government. There are several reasons why we agree with the New Democratic Party's motion. But given that I don't have much time, I'd like to focus on a particular aspect. Some members spoke about resources, but I'd like to focus on telecommunications because the motion also refers to this. We know that in committee we are currently reviewing the takeover of by Global Life of some of the spectrum, which is considered by the CRTC as foreign interests, which exceed the foreign ownership capacity rules for a foreign company. Let's remember what happened. There was a sale of spectrum to Global Life for a certain amount of money without knowing whether Global Life would be able to take this on. Now, the industry stakeholders made testimony before the committee, and I'd like to quote, before providing spectrum licenses, Industry Canada must confirm that the requirements with respect to property and control are respected. So before CRTC made its decision, spectrum was sold to Global Life without the appropriate checks and balances and without calling on the CRTC to make a ruling. CRTC thereafter made a ruling. We know what the outcome was. The industry minister issued an order such that everything was in a quasi lawful, but we know that there was a way of circumventing the rules with respect to foreign ownership in telecommunications. we also had the president of the CRTC appear before the committee, and he said, and I quote, "There are two rules for liberalising foreign property. Here's the simple approach that we propose." And I repeat, this is the CRTC president speaking. There are two rules. First, no foreign entity should hold either directly or indirectly over 49% of shares with voting rights of a Canadian communications company. Second, a foreign entity should only have control of Canadian communications in a de facto manner. So the CRTC's decision is quite straightforward. There were big corporations and companies that also testified before the committee that were in favour of 100% decentralisation. The CBC Radio Canada representatives, however, wanted the limit to be set at 49%. Now, there was legislation introduced initially that stated that this was a matter of sovereignty and identity. Now, given the overlap in the telecommunications industry, it's sometimes hard to separate telecommunications or make the distinction between telecommunications and radio broadcasting. And that is why the Bloc Québécois introduced a private members bill in the House for the creation of the CRTQ, which is a Quebec CRTC, if you will. And the purpose of this would be to protect what the Conservatives don't wish to protect with respect to foreign ownership. That is identity, cultural identity and sovereignty for Quebec. So, Mr. Speaker, you're pointing out that I've run out of time. I'd just like to reiterate the Bloc will be supporting this motion. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform, or rather to defer votes with respect to supply. The question is the following.
By Mr. Angus, move that given the government's failure to act in the best interest of Canada when it allowed the sell-off of Inco, Falconbridge, Stelco and Nortel, the government should act immediately to protect the interests of Canadian workers, their communities, and the strategic and long-term interests of the Canadian economy by improving its review of foreign takeovers that involve key Canadian resource, manufacturing, high-tech, and potentially telecommunications companies, by strengthening the Investment Canada Act by A, lowering the threshold for public review, B, ensuring public hearings are held in affected communities, and C, requiring publication of the reasons for decisions and conditions to be met by approved foreign owners.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion?
All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
question à
The question is the following one, Mr. Gravel.
move that given the government's failure to act in the best interests of Canada when it allowed the sell-off of Inco, Falconbridge, Stelco and North Hill, the government should act immediately to protect the interests of Canadian workers, their communities and strategic and long-term interests of the Canadian economy by improving its review of foreign takeovers that involve key Canadian resource, manufacturing, high-tech and potentially telecommunications companies, by strengthening the Investment Canada Act by A, lowering the threshold for public review, B, ensuring public hearings are held in affected communities, and C, requiring publication of the reasons for decisions and conditions to be met by approved foreign owners. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver
Ms.
East.
Boisjoli Solis.
Ms. Boisjoli Solis.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Gravel.
Mr. Gravel.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Martin Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Martin Winnipeg
Mr.
Centre.
Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr.
Mr.
Volpe.
Bevilacqua.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Carriajanis.
Mr. Carriajanis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Martin Esquimalt Fuca.
Mr. Martin Esquimalt Fuca.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Proux.
Mr. Proux.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Szabo.
Mr. Szabo.
Madame Falco.
Madame
Mr.
Falco.
McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Mr. Murphy, Mountain Riverview.
Mr.
Dieppe.
Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Cody.
Ms. Cody.
Mrs. Crombie.
Mrs. Crombie.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Kenya.
Mr. Kenya.
Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mrs. Simpson.
Mrs. Simpson.
Madame Zarak.
Madame Zarak.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Payet-Hochelaga.
Monsieur Payet-Hochelaga.
Monsieur Paquet.
Monsieur Paquet.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Ménard.
Monsieur Ménard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Guimont. Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord.
Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Gay.
Madame Gay.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Demers.
Madame Demers.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Tillac.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Guimont. Rimouski-Neigette. Témiscouata, les Basses.
Monsieur Guimont, Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata, les Basses.
Monsieur Payet-Louis Hébert.
Monsieur Payet-Louis
Monsieur
Hébert.
Dorion.
Monsieur Dorion.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Madame Baudin.
Madame Baudin.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Zablonski.
Mrs. Zablonski.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr.
Mr.
Nicholson.
McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Cannon
Mr.
Pontiac.
Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Straw.
Straw.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
Moore, Port
Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mrs. Aglucac.
Mrs. Aglucac.
Monsieur Blackburn.
Monsieur Blackburn.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Brightkreis.
Mr. Brightkreis.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St.
Mr.
Margaret.
Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Madame Werner.
Madame Werner.
Mr. Hill.
Mr.
Mr.
Hill.
O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Harris Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Poilier.
Mr. Poilier.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Valacott.
Mr. Vellicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajot.
Mr. Rajot.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown Leeds Granville.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Cram, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cram, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Allen Tobik Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen Tobik Mactaquac.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernoulli.
Mr. Bernoulli.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon. Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs.
Mr.
Block.
Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Cadman.
Ms. Cadman.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Ratgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Correction, Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford, correction.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Arthur.
Monsieur Arthur.
Yeas pour 144, 144. Nays contre 136, 136.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion adopted.
Proceed to the taking of the deferred recorder division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-302 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Pachetti, seconded by Mr. Volpe, moved that Bill C-302, an act to recognize the injustice that was done to persons of Italian origin through their enemy alien designation and internment during the Second World War, and to provide for restitution and promote education on Italian-Canadian history, be now read a third time and do pass. All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row on my left.
Murray, Mr. Andrews, Ms. Cody, Mrs. Crombie, Ms. Foote, Monsieur Garneau, Mr. Kanya, Mr. Kennedy, Madame Mendez, Mr. Oliphant, Mrs. Simpson, Madame Zarak, Monsieur Dufour, Monsieur Ouellet, Monsieur Guimond, Rimouski-Neigette et Misquata-les-Basses, Monsieur Paillé-Louis-Hébert, Monsieur Dorion, Monsieur Desnoyers, Madame Baudin, Monsieur Pomerleau, Mr. Donnelly, Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona, Monsieur Gravel, Madame Hughes, Mr. Heyer, Mr. Stauffer.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Holland, Mr. McGinty, Mr. Rota, Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Mr. Carrier.
Mr. Carrier.
Mr. Lévesque.
Mr. Lévesque.
Mr. Asselin.
Mr. Asselin.
Mr. André.
Mr. André.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Mr. Godet.
Mr. Godet.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Bonsant.
Madame Bonsant.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Savoie.
Madame
Mr.
Savoie.
Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan
Ms.
Welland.
Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver, Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver, Kingsway.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row on my left.
Petrie.
Petrie.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Madame Folco.
Madame
Mr. McKay Scarborough Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Gilwood.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row on my left.
Cardianis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Martin Esquimalt Juan de Fuca.
Mr. Martin Esquimalt Juan de
Mr.
Fuca.
McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Proux.
Mr. Proux.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Guimont Morancy, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord.
Monsieur Guimont Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Gay.
Madame Gay.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Demers.
Madame Demers.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
First row on my left.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Mr. Guarnieri.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Payet-Hochelaga.
Monsieur Payet
Monsieur
Hochelaga.
Duceppe.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Paquet.
Monsieur Paquet.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Ménard.
Monsieur Ménard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver
Ms.
East.
Davies, Vancouver
Ms.
East.
Boisgélis Salis.
Ms. Boisgélis Chalice.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Harris St. John's
Mr.
East.
Harris St. John's East.
Fifth row on my right.
Monsieur Arthur.
Monsieur Arthur.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite. Troisième rangée à
Third row on my left.
Mr. Mark.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row on my left.
Ms. Leslie. Mr. Rafferty.
First row on my right.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
The Martin Winnipeg Center.
Mr. Martin Winnipeg Center.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row on my left. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row on my left.
Rangée à ma
Third row on my left. Second row on my left.
left. Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. DeVolen.
DeVolen.
Mr. Clark.
Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Ms. Brown and Market Aurora.
Ms. Brown and Market Aurora.
Ms. Cadman.
Ms. Cadman.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Grecian.
Mr. Grecian.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast City Sky Country.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast City Sky
Mr. Weston
Country.
St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Correction, Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Monsieur Généreux.
And then Mr. Généreux. Mr. Brown leaves Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Alan Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Alan Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brunouge.
Mr. Brunouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Cannon Kelowna Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr.
Mr. Sweet. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Wallace. Mr. Warkington.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Anders,
Mr. Anders,
Mr. Casson,
Mr. Casson,
Monsieur Bernier,
Mr. Bernier,
Mr. Chong,
Mr. Chong,
Mr. Kerr,
Mr. Kerr,
Mr. Aubraey,
Mr. Aubraey,
Mr. Petit,
Mr. Petit,
Mr. Hahn,
Mr. Hahn,
Mr. Poiliev,
Mr. Poiliev,
Mr. Lukiski,
Mr. Lukiski,
Mrs. Wong,
Mrs. Wong,
Mrs. Glover,
Mrs. Glover,
Madame Boucher,
Madame Boucher,
Mr. Anderson,
Mr. Anderson,
Mr. Jean,
Mr. Jean,
Mr. Komarnicki,
Mr. Komarnicki,
Mr. Lemieux,
Mr. Lemieux,
Mr. Saxton,
Mr. Saxton,
Mr. Deckert,
Mr. Deckert,
Mr. Velicott,
Mr. Velicott,
Mrs. Gallant,
Mrs. Gallant,
Mr. Lunny,
Mr. Lunny,
Mr. Rajat,
Mr. Rajat,
Mr. Reed,
Mr. Reed,
Mr. Sorensen,
Mr. Sorensen,
Mr. Schellenberger,
Mr. Schellenberger,
Mr. Allison,
Mr. Allison,
Mr. Bazan,
Mr. Bazan,
Mr. Richardson,
Mr. Richardson,
Mr. Brightprice,
Mr. Brightprice,
Mr. Lake,
Mr. Lake,
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret,
Katie South Shore St. Margaret,
Mr. Warwa,
Mr. Warwa,
Mr. McKenzie,
Mr. McKenzie,
Mr. Kent,
Mr. Kent,
Mr. Goodyear,
Mr. Goodyear,
Mr. Merrifield,
Mr. Merrifield,
Mrs. Yelich,
Mrs. Yelich,
Madame Werner,
Madame Werner,
Mr. Hill,
Mr. Hill,
O'Connor,
Mr. O'Connor,
Ms. Ambrose,
Ms. Ambrose,
Mr. Lebel,
Monsieur Lebel,
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal,
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal,
Mr. Lunn,
Mr. Lunn,
Mr. Menzies,
Mr. Menzies,
Mr. Campit Meadows Upper Ridge Mission,
Mr.
Dykstra,
Mr. Dykstra,
Mr. Del Mastro,
Mr. Del Mastro,
Mr. Gould,
Mr. Gould,
Mr. Carey,
Mr. Carey,
Mr. Thompson,
Mr.
Mr.
Thompson,
Harris Caribou Prince George,
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George,
Mr. Zablonski,
Mrs. Zablonski,
Mr. Rate,
Ms. Rate,
Mr. Ashfield,
Mr. Ashfield,
Mr. Van Loan,
Mr. Van Loan,
Mr. Taves,
Mr. Taves,
Mr. Day,
Mr.
Mr.
Day,
Nicholson,
Mr. Nicholson,
Mr. McKay Central Nova,
McKay Central
Mr.
Nova,
Prentice,
Mr. Prentice,
Mr. Cannon Pontiac,
Mr. Cannon
Mr.
Pontiac,
Flaherty,
Mr. Flaherty,
Mr. Clement,
Mr. Clement,
Mr. Straw,
Mr. Straw,
Mr. Baird,
Mr. Baird,
Ms. Finley,
Ms. Finley,
Mr. Ritz,
Mr. Ritz,
Mrs. Shea,
Mrs. Shea,
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast,
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast,
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port
Mr.
Coquitlam,
Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam,
Mr. Paradis,
Mr. Paradis,
Mrs. Aglucac,
Mrs. Aglucac,
Mr. Blackburn,
Mr. Blackburn,
Mr. Abbott,
Mr. Abbott,
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North,
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Yeas pour 147, 147. Nays contre 134, 134.
I declare the motion carried. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-343 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Ms. Bonson, seconded by Ms. Gay, moved that Bill C-343, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code and the Employment Insurance Act, Family Leave, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. All those at my left in favour of the motion will please rise.
Cinquième rangée à ma gauche.
Fifth row on my left.
Murray,
Ms. Murray,
Mr. Andrews, Ms. Cody, Mrs. Crombie, Ms. Foote,
Ms. Foote,
Mr. Garneau,
Mr. Garneau,
Mr. Kanya,
Kanya,
Mr. Kennedy,
Mr. Kennedy,
Madame Mendez,
Mendez,
Mr. Oliphant,
Mr. Oliphant,
Mrs. Simpson,
Mrs. Simpson,
Madame Zarak,
Madame Zarak,
Monsieur Dufour,
Monsieur Dufour,
Monsieur Ouellet,
Monsieur Ouellet,
Monsieur Guimond, Rimouski, Neigette et Misquata-les-Basses,
Monsieur Guimond, Rimouski, Neigette et Misquata-les-Basses,
Monsieur Payet, Louis Hébert,
Monsieur Payet, Louis Hébert,
Monsieur Dorion,
Monsieur Dorion,
Monsieur Desnoyers,
Monsieur Desnoyers,
Madame Baudin,
Madame Baudin,
Monsieur Pomerleau,
Monsieur Pomerleau,
Mr. Donnelly,
Mr. Donnelly,
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona,
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona,
Monsieur Gravel,
Monsieur Gravel,
Madame Hughes,
Madame Hughes,
Mr. Heyer, Mr. Stoffer,
Mr. Stoffer,
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. McGinty,
McGinty,
Mr. Rota,
Mr. Rota,
Mr. Savage,
Mr. Savage,
Mr. Scarpalagia,
Mr. Scarpalagia,
Mr. Silva,
Mr. Silva,
Mr. Jesnevsky,
Mr. Jesnevsky,
Mr. Russell,
Mr. Russell,
Mr. Murphy, Moncton Riverview, Dieppe,
Mr. Murphy, Mountain Riverview,
Mr.
Dieppe,
Pearson,
Mr. Pearson,
Ms. Hall
Ms.
Finley,
Hall Finley,
Monsieur Carrier,
Mr. Carrier,
Monsieur Lévesque,
Mr. Lévesque,
Monsieur Asselin,
Monsieur Asselin,
Monsieur André,
Monsieur André,
Madame Mourani,
Madame Mourani,
Monsieur Godet,
Monsieur Godet,
Madame Deschamps,
Madame Deschamps,
Monsieur Vincent,
Monsieur Vincent,
Madame Tillac,
Madame Tillac,
Madame Savoie,
Madame Savoie,
Mr. Dewar,
Mr. Dewar,
Mr. Malloway,
Mr. Malloway,
Mr. Alan Welland,
Mr. Alan Welland,
Ms. Ashton,
Ms. Ashton,
Mr. Davies, Vancouver, King Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
On my left.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Madame Folco.
Madame Folco.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Lee.
Mr.
Ms.
Lee.
Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Martin Esclamant Wanifuka.
Mr. Martin Esquimalt Wandafuka.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Monsieur Proux.
Monsieur Proux.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mrs. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Guimont. Montmorency Charlevoix Côte-Nord.
Guimont, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Gay.
Madame Gay.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Demers.
Madame Demers.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Commartin.
Mr. Commartin.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
First row on my left.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Payet-Hochelaga.
Monsieur Payet-Hochelaga.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Bigra.
Monsieur Bigra.
Monsieur Ménard.
Monsieur Ménard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver
Ms.
East.
Davies, Vancouver
Ms.
East.
Wajili Salis.
Ms. Alicia Lees.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Harris St. John's
Mr.
East.
Harris St. John's East.
Fifth row on my right. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row on my right.
Rangée.
Third row on my right.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Thibault. Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
First row on my right.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Chow.
Chow.
Mr. Martin Winnipeg Center.
Mr. Martin Winnipeg Center.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row on my left. Third row on my left.
On my left. First row on my left. Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Cadman.
Ms. Cadman.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Arthur.
Monsieur Arthur.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row on my right.
Mrs. Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Allen, to Big
Mr.
Mactaquac.
Allen to Big Mactaquac.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Chong.
Chong.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Aubry.
Mr. Aubry.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger. Schellenberger. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Second row on my right.
Bright Christ.
Mr. Bright
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret.
Keddy South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Madame Werner.
Madame Werner.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Del Mastro.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Fletcher.
Fletcher.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr.
Mr.
Ashfield.
Van Loan.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Loan.
Taves.
Mr.
Mr.
Taves.
Day.
Mr.
Mr.
Day.
Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
McKay Central
Mr.
Nova.
Prentice.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Cannon
Mr.
Pontiac.
Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary South.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Moore, Port Moody Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mrs. Aglucac.
Mrs. Aglucac.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Yeas pour 144, 144. Nays contre 137, 137.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
En conséquence,
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities.
the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M423 on a private member's business in the name of M. Payet. The question is as follows. M. Payet, Louis Hébert.
Mr. Payet Louis Hébert, seconded by Mr. Pomerleau, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should purchase the Pont de Québec for $1, commit to quickly finishing the repair work so as to respect its importance as a historical monument and vital transportation link for the Quebec City region, and should enter into discussion with the CN regarding the responsibility for the cost of maintenance and repair. All those on my left in favor of the motion as amended will please rise.
Louis Hébert.
Cinquième rangée à ma gauche.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Andrews,
Mr.
Ms. Cody,
Ms. Cody,
Mrs. Crombie,
Mrs.
Ms.
Crombie,
Foote,
Ms. Foote,
Mr. Garneau,
Mr. Garneau,
Mr. Kanya,
Mr. Kanya,
Mr. Kennedy,
Mr. Kennedy,
Madame Mendez,
Madame Mendez,
Mr. Oliphant,
Mr. Oliphant,
Mrs. Simpson,
Mrs. Simpson,
Madame Zarak,
Madame Zarak,
Monsieur Dufour,
Dufour,
Monsieur Ouellet,
Monsieur Ouellet,
Monsieur Guimont, les Mousquinagette, les Misquata, les Basques,
Monsieur Guimont, les Mousquinagette, les Misquata, les Basques,
Monsieur Dorion,
Monsieur Dorion,
Monsieur Desnoyers,
Monsieur Desnoyers,
Madame Baudin,
Madame Baudin,
Monsieur Pomerleau,
Monsieur Pomerleau,
Mr. Donnelly,
Mr. Donnelly,
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona,
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona,
Monsieur Gravel,
Mr. Gravel,
Madame Hughes,
Madame Hughes,
Mr. Heyer,
Mr. Heyer,
Mr. Stauffer,
Mr. Stauffer,
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. McGinty,
Mr. Rota,
Mr. Rota,
Mr. Savage,
Mr. Savage,
Mr. Scarpalegia,
Mr. Scarpalegia,
Mr. Silva,
Mr. Silva,
Mr. Jesnevsky,
Mr. Jesnevsky,
Mr. Russell,
Mr. Russell,
Mr. Murphy, Moncton Riverview Dieppe,
Mr. Murphy, Mountain Riverview, Dieppe,
Mr. Pearson,
Mr. Pearson,
Ms. Hall Finley,
Ms. Hall Finley,
Mr. Carrier,
Mr. Carrier,
Mr. Lévesque,
Mr. Lévesque,
Mr. Asselin,
Mr. Asselin,
Mr. André,
Mr. André,
Madame Mourani,
Madame Mourani,
Mr. Godet,
Mr. Godet,
Madame Deschamps,
Madame Deschamps,
Madame Bonsant,
Madame Bonsant,
Monsieur Vincent,
Monsieur Vincent,
Madame Tillac,
Madame Tillac,
Madame Savoie,
Madame Savoie,
Mr. Dewar,
Mr. Dewar,
Mr. Malloway,
Mr. Malloway,
Mr. Alan Wellen,
Mr. Alan Wellen,
Ms. Ashton,
Ms. Ashton,
Mr. Davies, Vancouver, Kingsway,
Mr. Davies, Vancouver, Kingsway,
My left.
Mr. McCabe,
Mr. McCabe,
Mr. Petrie,
Mr. Petrie,
Mr. Zabo,
Mr. Zabo,
Mr. Bagnall,
Mr. Bagnall,
Mr. Ikings,
Mr. Ikings,
Monsieur Leblanc,
Monsieur Leblanc,
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown,
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown,
Ms. Neville,
Ms. Neville,
Mr. Tonks,
Mr. Tonks,
Mr. Pachetti,
Mr. Pachetti,
Mr. Baines,
Mr. Baines,
Monsieur Damour,
Mr. Damour,
Ms. Dalla,
Ms. Dalla,
Monsieur Cardin,
Monsieur Cardin,
Madame Faye,
Madame Faye,
Madame Lavallée,
Madame
Monsieur
Lavallée,
Plamondon,
Monsieur Plamondon,
Madame Freeman,
Madame Freeman,
Monsieur Saint-Cyr,
Monsieur Saint-Cyr,
Monsieur Malo,
Monsieur Malo,
Monsieur Nadeau,
Monsieur Nadeau,
Mr. Julian,
Mr. Julian,
Ms. Charlton,
Ms. Charlton,
Mr. Cullen,
Mr. Cullen,
Mr. Sixay,
Mr. Sixay,
Ms. Matheson,
Ms. Matheson,
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington,
Second row on my left.
Mr. Karagianis, Mr. Canis, Mr. Lee, Ms. Bennett, Mr. Bryson, Mr. Martin Esquimalt-Juan de Fuca, Mr. McCallum, Mr. Dosange, Mr. Dryden, Mr. Malley, Mr. Proux, Mr. Cosner, Madame Jennings, Monsieur Lessard, Monsieur Laforêt, Madame de Bellefeuille, Monsieur Guimond, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord, Madame Gagnon, Monsieur Lemay, Madame Brunel, Madame Gay, Madame Bourgeois, Madame Demers, Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie, Monsieur Godin, Mr. Comartin, Ms. Crowder, Mr. Christopherson, Mr. Angus.
Premier rangé à ma...
First row on my left.
Guarnieri, Mr. McCauley, Mr. Volpe, Mr. Bevilacqua, Ms. Fry, Mr. Regan, Mr. Ray, Mr. Goodale, Ms. Mina, Mr. Bélanger, Mr. Byrne, Mr. Laframboise, Mr. Payet-Hochelaga, Mr. Duceppe, Mr. Paquette, Mr. Bachan, Mr. Bigras, Mr. Ménard, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Layton, Ms. Davies, Vancouver East, Ms. Wajili Salis, Mr. Massey, Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Fifth row on my right.
Monsieur Arthur.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row on my right.
Third row on my right. Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Rafferty.
First row on my right.
Mr. Marston. Ms. Chow. Mr. Martin Winnipeg Center.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row on my left. Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row on my left. Third row on my left.
On my left. First row on my left. Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row on my right.
Shear, Mr. DeVolen, Mr. Clark, Mrs. Block, Mr. Bowen, Mr. Braid, Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora, Ms. Cadman, Mr. Calandra, Mr. Dreeshen, Ms. Hepner, Mr. Holder, Mr. Lobb, Mr. McColeman, Mrs. McLeod, Mrs. O'Neill Gordon, Mr. Payne, Mr. Rathgaber, Mr. Upal, Mr. Rickford, Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country,
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country,
Mr. Weston St. John,
Mr. Weston St. John,
Mr. Woodworth,
Mr. Woodworth,
Mr. Armstrong,
Mr. Armstrong,
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Hebert, Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings,
Prince Edward Hastings,
Mr. Preston, Mrs. Smith, Mr. Trost, Mr. Tweed, Mr. Watson, Mr. Albrecht, Mr. Lauzon, Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac, Mr. Blaney, Mr. Brenouge, Mr. Calkins, Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country, Mrs. Davidson, Mr. Fass, Mr. Galipo, Mr. Mays, Mr. Norlock, Mr. Stanton, Mr. Storsett, Mr. Sweet, Mr. Van Kesteren, Mr. Wallace, Mr. Warkenton.
Row on my right.
Mr. Cummins, Mr. Anders, Mr. Casson, Mr. Goldring, Mr. Mark, Mr. Bernier, Mr. Chong, Mr. Kerr, Mr. O'Brien, Mr. Petit, Mr. Hahn, Mr. Poiliev, Mr. Lukiski, Mrs. Wong, Mrs. Glover, Madame Boucher, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Jean, Mr. Komarnicki, Mr. Lemieux, Mr. Saxton, Mr. Deckard, Mr. Valacott, Mrs. Gallant, Mr. Lunny, Mr. Rajat, Mr. Reeves, Mr. Sorensen, Mr. Schellenberger, Mr. Allison, Mr. Bazan.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Richardson, Mr. Bright Price, Mr. Lake, Mr. Keddy, South Shore St. Margaret, Mr. Warwa, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Kent, Mr. Goodyear, Mr. Merrifield, Mrs. Yelich, Madame Werner, Mr. Hill, Mr. O'Connor, Ms. Ambrose, Mr. Lebel, Mr. Moore Fundy Royal, Mr. Lunn, Mr. Menzies, Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission, Mr. Dykstra, Mr. Del Mastro, Mr. Gould, Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Harris Caribou Prince George.
On my right.
Sure.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Zablonski. Mr. Raitt. Mr. Ashfield. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Taves. Mr. Day. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. Prentice. Mr. Cannon Pontiac. Mr. Flaherty. Mr. Clement. Mr. Straw. Mr. Baird. Ms. Finley. Mr. Ritz. Mrs. Shea. Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Paradis. Mrs. Aglucac. Mr. Blackburn. Mr. Abbott. Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Yeas pour 141, 141. Nays contre 133, 133.
I declare the motion carried.
It being 6:08 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Third reading of 311, the Climate Change Accountability Act, standing in the name of Mr. Heyer.
Order. Mr. Heyer, seconded by Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona, moves that Bill C-311, an act to ensure Canada assumes its responsibilities in preventing dangerous climate change, be now read a third time and do pass. Order. Order, please. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased to be able to speak to Bill C-311, the Climate Change Accountability Act, before its final vote here in the House of Commons. It is a private member's bill and should be nonpartisan. It's taken a long time to get here. Essentially, we're in the same place deciding on a climate change bill as we were 2 years ago before the 2008 election killed Bill C.
Please, order. Could I ask members who are having side conversations to please retire to the lobby? Order, please. The Honourable Member.
Thank you. We've lost many valuable years, years in which action could have been taken, years in which Canadian businesses could have had some sense of direction from the government, something they've been demanding for years. Years that Canada's international reputation could have been enhanced instead of damaged. Years in which we could have shifted beyond stagnant questions like, is there really a problem? Or from, will we set science-based targets and timetables, to how will we meet targets in a timely fashion? A month ago, Canada joined 126 other countries in the 4th Global Earth Hour, where we turned off electric lights for 1 hour. But it's not just about saving electricity. The annual event was started just a few years ago to send a message to leaders to get moving on tackling climate change. It's grown quickly from just 2 million people in 2007, and this year more than 1 billion people took part. That includes millions of Canadians in more than 300 municipalities. In towns and cities, large and small, there were concerts, candlelight parties, educational events, and all manner of people getting together across Canada to send us, here in this House, a message to please show leadership on climate change. These events are becoming more common, and they won't stop. A few months ago, Canadians joined in a global day of climate action in every major city. A clear majority of Canadians demand action. Naysayers and cynics won't stop them. A minority Prime Minister intent on delay and obfuscation will not stop them either. Now, I sincerely hope that a clear majority of members will stand in favor of action on climate change. I also hold out hope that Conservative members who disagree with the Prime Minister on this issue will demand a free vote and vote in favor of a sustainable energy future. Historically, private members' bills such as this are not whip votes. Many members are weighing their options on what legacy we will leave. How will we be judged by history? Regardless of the rhetoric on either side of the debate, members must decide if the right choice is to stand up for action on climate change, even if they are unsure of some of the scientific details, while considering the consequences of making the wrong decision. Here are the choices. Climate change is either substantially caused by human activity or it is not. The vast majority of scientists, most Canadian citizens, and indeed most of the world, now agree that humans have influenced the climate. But for the sake of argument, let us entertain some of the remaining naysayers in this House who cling to the belief that it's purely a natural phenomenon. Faced with these two possibilities, either human-caused climate change is a scientific truth, or it's not, there's something we do control. We can either act or not act. The real question before us, that is the real question before us in this House. Imagine a chart or a table with the intersection of 2 rows versus 2 columns with action versus non-action on one axis and climate change, true or false, on the other axis. Thus, the risks and benefits can be reduced to 4 possible outcomes. 1. Human-influenced climate change is real, and we take decisive action. 2. Climate science is wrong, but we take decisive action anyway. 3. The science is wrong, and we take no action. Or 4. It's here. It is real, but we do not act. Each of the 4 scenarios is a window to a different Canada of the future, because the fate of our country, and indeed the world, is potentially held in the balance by this decision. It's important to consider each of the 4 future possibilities for our country in turn, objectively. So, here's the first scenario. Consider the option that the science is reasonably accurate and humans could have and have influenced the climate. Canada and other countries move to take decisive action. It costs money and resources. Our economies are transformed with new industries and consumption habits change. The world is a different place, and it's a lot more sustainable. It took hard work, and sometimes we stumbled along the way, but we averted disaster. Will it have been worth it? What we end up with is a livable, comfortable and prosperous Canada to leave to future generations. In the face of possible dangerous and destabilizing climate change, the majority of citizens and scientists and businesses believed and believe that it was the logical thing to do. Here's a second scenario. What if the world's economies devote serious resources to mitigating climate change, but they didn't have to? Science is imperfect, and there is some tiny possibility that human-influenced climate change might not be significant. Yes, if this scenario is realized, there is no question that there will be changes to our economies. Our Prime Minister has argued that those changes would be unaffordable, while other countries in the United Kingdom, Germany, Denmark, and a growing pantheon of other nations see them as more of an economic opportunity. But even if we do take action that we didn't need to, what will we have done? We will increase fuel efficiency standards and improve energy conservation. We'll reduce our dependence on coal and oil and gas and increase our use of clean, renewable energy. We'll shift from old industries to new green technologies, and we'll be able to compete in the global economy of the future. We'll reduce waste and pollution. We'll increase our national productivity and our national efficiency. Will that all be so bad? These things are worth doing even if we didn't have the sword of Damocles hanging over our heads.
Right on.
Our final two scenarios paint bleak pictures of the Canada of the future. They are what will come about if we continue to do nothing to tackle the threat of climate change. A third possible future. For the sake of argument, consider that climate change is a vast scientific conspiracy, aided and abetted by everyone from industry to 3 liberal provincial governments to conservation organizations to ordinary citizens both in Canada and worldwide. Or maybe 99% of the world's climate scientists have all read their graphs upside down by mistake. Either way, the Government of Canada is one of the few governments in the world to continue to do nothing. And in this hypothetical scenario, they happen to be right. In that case, we will still have to deal with our drooping economic productivity and the problems associated with peak oil, while most other countries will have greened their economies. It's obvious that this scenario is where our Prime Minister is placing his bets. But then our Prime Minister seems inclined to place the demands of big oil ahead of the needs of Canadian citizens and ahead of a truly sustainable Canadian economy.
That's right.
Finally, the fourth possible future. Climate change is real, but we did not act. The consequences that we've all heard will be disastrous. Droughts, famine, skyrocketing food prices, new pests, coastal cities drowned, firestorms decimating our forests. Worldwide, millions become desperate refugees, bloody wars waged over dwindling resources, extinction of countless species. Future generations will look upon us with dismay and disgust. We knew the consequences, and yet selfishly and indecisively we did nothing. We feasted on oil and gas and coal and passed the bill along to our grandchildren. Considering all these options, there's only one thing we can control. We can choose to act or not. Let's consider taking action. By acting, we either devote the effort and resources to get a livable and more productive Canada if climate change is not as serious as most fear, or we devote the effort and resources to build a prosperous, green, and efficient Canada that has averted catastrophe if what science has told us is real. Either way, Canada is a productive country that we can feel proud to pass on to our grandchildren. Yes, there is a small possibility that we were misled in our good intentions, but let not history say that we were malicious or cowardly. Now let's consider inaction. By not acting or by delaying, we continue with a steady increase in greenhouse gas pollution that previous governments have delivered for 20 years. If human-influenced climate change isn't real and we don't act, then the best that may happen is we're way behind other nations in the competitive industries of tomorrow. But the worst-case scenario of inaction, and the one science tells us is most likely, is truly catastrophic. Economic and ecological disaster. I would urge we parliamentarians to do everything we can do to avoid this scenario even being a possibility for us. The only way to eliminate this terrible outcome from our future is to act, and to act now. Madam Speaker, decisive action is the only logical thing to do. It's the most economical thing to do, and it's the only moral thing to do. In 1 week, we will face a choice here in this House. We can vote at third reading to take the first steps with this private member's bill, Bill C-311. The bill gives us clear targets. It requires the government to ensure that Canada reduces our absolute greenhouse gas emissions by 80% below 1990 levels by 2050. It introduces real accountability by requiring the government to publish 5-year target plans starting in 2015 and report on progress every 2 years. The Independent National Roundtable on the Economy and Environment will review and report on the feasibility of each and every target plan. This bill gives us flexibility. The government will have the option of setting flexible interim targets if changes are needed. And the bill gives us certainty with published plans, long timelines, and much greater predictability for business and industry and municipalities, less risk, and enhanced investor confidence. In the complete and total absence of any government plan, Bill C-311 remains the only climate change legislation that this House is considering and voting on. It was unfortunately held up by half a year when some Liberals voted with the Conservatives to delay the bill in committee until after Copenhagen. That being said, during the better part of a year of committee deliberations on it, no party proposed any amendments before it was finally returned to this House. I hope this means the official opposition is satisfied with it as it is. I hope that all opposition parties will be fully present for the vote to ensure that this most vital legislation gets passed. The choice is up to us in this Parliament what future Canada we want. Yes, there have been a few isolated incidents in research that do raise questions, but when thousands of scientists build any complex scientific picture of a world, there will undoubtedly be a few gaps, misperceptions, and mistakes made. Cynics will focus on specific incidents and bits of data rather than the bigger picture. As a scientist myself, I realize that most citizens and many politicians want proof and certainty from science, but unfortunately science can never conclusively prove or disprove anything. The best it can do is give us a probability that we almost disproved or disproved something. Even that requires an experimental design that has dozens of replications and many controls. But fellow members of this House, we have only one Earth with no replications and no experimental controls. We never know the future with certainty on climate change. The best we can do is make educated predictions and then err on the side of caution and survival. Last year, the prestigious Economist magazine quoted, "The doubters are right that certain uncertainties are rife in climate science. They are wrong when they present that as a reason for inaction. Most research supports the idea that warming is man-made. Uncertainty remains, but that argues for, not against action. The range of possible outcomes is huge, with catastrophe one possibility, and the cost of averting climate change are comparatively small." End quote from The Economist. Madam Speaker, it is not too late. We can still leave better options and a better Canada for our children and our grandchildren. But we must take the first real steps now. The costs of inaction, on the other hand, are likely so great that if we fail on this one moment of truth, we will have broken our sacred duty that all parents have to our children and grandchildren to leave them better options and a better world. I encourage the members of this House to show up for the vote on this third reading of this historical bill next week and vote for the Climate Change Accountability Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague across the way and appreciate his dream of seeing a cleaner environment. He made a very important statement. He said that we can choose to act or not, and he's actually very right. Unfortunately, 311 is all about a photo op, a publicity stunt. It doesn't act on the environment, Madam Speaker. In fact, as the Liberals called it, the Tiddlywinks bill, they said it was so bad at committee that just sent it back to the House because it wasn't supportable. Don't even bother amending it. That's how bad it was. And actually, we heard from scientists at committee that what we needed to do was a continental approach, as Europe had a continental approach, tackling climate change and setting targets. And that's exactly what the government is doing, Madam Speaker. We're acting aggressively. In fact, there's all the programs, the good environmental programs. The NDP, every year, Madam Speaker, votes against these, which makes no sense. And again, it shows that you're just about photo ops and publicity stunts. So why would the member support a bill, 311, which is now no longer relevant? Canada has moved on to the Copenhagen Accord. The Kyoto Accord is over. Why would he support something that's just a photo op? Thank you.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Many conservative members have come to me and said, I would love to vote for the climate change bill. I believe in it, but it's a whip vote. And our Prime Minister and the top brass in our party have decided that we will represent the interests of big oil and Alberta at best, and the interests of the United States at worst. That's unfortunate, but I remain hopeful that on this private member's bill, some Conservative members will have the courage to stand up and vote for it.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments?
For Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like, first of all, to congratulate the member for Thunder Bay Superior for his incredible persistence and his eloquence today in the House. I applaud him for his very cogent final speech on this bill, and it certainly has touched me. He's raised the issue, which in my mind as a lawyer is really the issue of the precautionary principle. And I'd be interested to hear his response to the fact that the Government of Canada is actually bound by the precautionary principle. The Supreme Court of Canada has upheld that Canada is bound by the precautionary principle. And he's talked about the whole issue of we don't necessarily have to have a definitive answer in science. In fact, as I recall, our legislation, federal legislation, leads us to that determination. There's also the issue that the major sources of emission of greenhouse gases, if we actually began to reduce those and move towards cleaner forms of energy, we'd actually deal with other problems as well, including smog and the depletion of our water resources. So I'd appreciate his response to those questions. The final one, if he has a chance, is the matter that's been coming before the Natural Resources Committee. I understand we've been hearing testimony after testimony to the effect that we have lost ground on the renewable clean energy sector because of our this government's profound disregard for the value of that industry in addressing the problem of greenhouse gases.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Those are quite the questions in the remaining minute or two. I profoundly believe that this is an opportunity for Canada. It's an opportunity for the energy industry. It's even an opportunity for Alberta. So we can be like the Horseshoers Guild and the horse salesman of a century ago who thought the newfangled automobile was a fad and a threat, or we can shift our economy and our ecology and our public. Those who want to cling to the past, the politics of the past and the economies of the past and the technologies of the past will vote against this bill. Those who want to shift to a new, brighter, cleaner, greener future that will make a better and more sustainable world for us, whether or not it's a catastrophe for climate change, I believe it is. But even if it's not, as I said in my speech, how can it be a bad thing to have a cleaner, safer, more sustainable world? So thank you for the question, and I hope that some Conservatives will vote for this bill.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in this debate, and I'm going to lay out the effective, systematic measures our government has delivered to deal with climate change. Internationally, Canada joined the Copenhagen Accord, a significant breakthrough. Thanks to Canada's efforts, major emitters have committed to climate change action for the first time in history. Canada pledged in the Accord economy-wide emission reductions by 2020 of 17% below 2005 levels. Copenhagen may have generated the most public attention, but it's only one part of our government's strategy to combat climate change, which includes extensive work from Environment Canada, Transport Canada, Industry Canada, Public Works, Agriculture, Foreign Affairs, and Natural Resources. Another crucial part of our approach to climate change is our government's ambitious conservation initiatives. Parks are not only a spectacular part of Canada's natural heritage and a habitat for many species, but they also help to combat the effects of greenhouse gases. We recently created a new 11,000 square kilometre national park at Mealy Mountain in Labrador. Last year, we expanded Nahanni National Park in the Northwest Territories by over 30,000 square kilometres. Our close partnership with the Nature Conservancy of Canada has already resulted in the protection of over 300,000 hectares of sensitive areas across the country. The government's view is that Canada's ability to forge a strong national policy is significantly enhanced if we equitably accommodate differing energy and environmental profiles across our vast land. That means ensuring that provinces and territories can implement whichever initiatives work best for their circumstances, as long as they avoid measures with adverse environmental or economic consequences. We've also consulted representatives from a wide range of industry associations and environmental groups, and we consult with First Nations communities on all projects that affect them. To reduce greenhouse gas emissions from new vehicles, we've introduced tough regulations that align with the U.S. standards, beginning with the 2011 model year. This will create significant emission reductions since transportation accounts for over 1/4 of Canada's total emissions. Canada has long been committed to increasing energy efficiency. Building on the success of the Eco-Energy Initiative, which was an investment of $4.1 billion, Canada achieved significant improvements in energy efficiency in every sector. Now, the Eco-Energy Efficiency Initiative, for example, is investing more than $675 million to promote smarter energy use in our homes, our buildings, and on the road. In 2009 alone, the government earmarked $1 billion over 2 years to support renovations and energy retrofits to make social housing more energy efficient. We also introduced energy efficiency standards for a number of new products and set higher standards for several existing products. Canada is a world leader in the use of renewable energy. Our electricity supply is the cleanest and the most renewable in the world. Renewable hydroelectricity accounts for 60% of our electricity generation, making Canada the world's second largest producer of hydropower. And our government is deliberately building that capacity. Canadian federal and provincial governments have committed $11 billion to support clean energy and technology just since 2008. Since 2005, annual federal investment in clean energy and technology has increased by about 50%. A big part of Canada's stimulus spending in 2009 focused on developing and deploying clean energy technologies in areas where Canada can make the greatest contribution. These include carbon capture and storage, electricity grid efficiency, fuel-efficient vehicles, bioenergy, and renewable energy such as wind, solar, and geothermal. We invested $1.5 billion in the Eco-Energy for Biofuels program to encourage the development of a competitive domestic industry for renewable fuels. This provides an operating incentive to facilities that produce renewable alternatives to gas and diesel. Canada's federal and provincial governments have committed approximately $3 billion in funding for carbon capture and storage alone. We're going to support large-scale CCS demonstration projects in Canada. One of these will be the construction of one of the world's first fully integrated CCS projects in partnership with the province of Alberta. The world is counting on Canada to make carbon capture and storage work. Other federal investments in clean energy technology include $500 million to establish commercial-scale facilities for the production of next-generation renewable fuels, $1 billion over 5 years for improved public transit, sustainable energy and waste management infrastructure, $1 billion over 2 years to support renovations and energy retrofits, and $3.4 billion for eco-energy initiatives helping Canadians use energy more efficiently, boost renewable energy supplies, and develop cleaner energy technologies. We share a common environment with the United States. Our efforts will be harmonized, consistent with the close integrations of our economies and of our geographic proximity. We've worked closely with the United States and launched the Canada-U.S. Clean Energy Dialogue in February 2009 to collaborate in the development and deployment of clean energy technologies to reduce greenhouse gases. On the continental stage, Canada is engaging with the United States and Mexico on key climate change programs. At their summit in August 2009, the leaders of our three countries agreed to collaborate in areas such as carbon capture and storage, gas flaring, and energy efficiency. They also agreed to work towards a 21st century continental smart power grid. We're also working actively with other international partners through multilateral channels such as the G8 and the Major Economies Forum, and through bilateral agreements. For example, Canada and China signed a Memo of Understanding on Climate Change December 6, 2009. This strengthens Canada-China cooperation in energy conservation and efficiency, renewable energy, CCS, methane recovery, and sustainable land management. Canada is also a member of the Asia-Pacific Partnership on Clean Development and Climate, a public-private partnership of 7 countries that will accelerate the development and deployment of clean energy technologies. To date, Canada has pledged $12 million to 28 projects under the APP. We're also helping developing countries adapt to the adverse effects of climate change. The government has made significant contributions to adaptation, including $318 million under the Global Environmental Facility Trust Fund between 2002 and 2010. About 1/3 of this funding went to climate change activities. $100 million was allocated to the World Bank's pilot project for climate resilience between 2008 and 2010 alone. This makes Canada the largest donor to that program. The Copenhagen Accord provides significant international adaptation funding, including a commitment by developed countries to provide new resources approaching $30 billion US for the 2010 to 2012 period, focused on those who need it most. The Accord also established the Copenhagen Green Climate Fund to mobilize $100 billion US per year by 2020 in public and private investments for the adaptation and mitigation needs of developing countries. Canada will deliver its share. We will continue to support action that strengthens the capacity of the most vulnerable to adapt to climate change. The challenges posed by climate change are very real. As a developed northern nation, Canada embraces its leadership role in addressing them. It's a long-term undertaking. There are no quick and easy fixes, especially when it comes to balancing the needs of the environment and the economy. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the government is confident in its strategy. I would rather have this kind of concrete action than 1,000 empty target-setting exercises such as proposed in Bill C-311. I urge the House to reject this misleading and ineffective bill and join us in delivering the real solutions Canadians want. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver East on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and my apologies for interrupting the next speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and I believe, Madam Speaker, that if you seek unanimous consent, you'll find there's agreement for the following motion, that at the conclusion of tomorrow's debate on the motion to concur in the first report of the Standing Committee on Transport, recommendation not to proceed further with Bill C-310, an act to provide certain rights to air passengers, the question be deemed put, a deferred recorded division be deemed to have been requested and deferred to Wednesday, May 5, 2010, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House for this motion?
Agree.
Pardon? Okay, wait. The House then has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed. Resuming debate, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Of course, I'd like to welcome my honourable colleague back to the House. I know that he had some health challenges at one point, and he's looking fantastic, and he gave a vigorous speech in defence of his bill. Madam Speaker, climate change is a huge challenge. It's a complex problem, and I think that when as parliamentarians and as a society, we're called upon to deal with complex problems like climate change. I think what's really important at the very base of everything is truthfulness, Madam Speaker. Now, this is not just a platitude. By truthfulness, I don't mean simply avoiding the spreading of flagrant falsehoods. I mean ignoring the temptation to indulge in political spin aimed at convincing people of the rightness of one's position. What I'm talking about is the need to avoid specious arguments for the sake of political gain. In my view, Madam Speaker, the climate change debate illustrates why truthfulness is important, why avoiding the temptation to spin facts in an effort to reach one's political objective more quickly is counterproductive and harmful to the greater good. Now, if I may go back to the fall, just to set the record straight on one issue, and again I commend the honourable member on his bill, but I recall in the fall that the NDP was spinning in overdrive as the Copenhagen conference neared, and the argument coming from members of that party, and again I don't say this with any rancor, I congratulate the member on his work, and we have a very good NDP member on the Environment Committee. But the NDP was in overdrive when it kept telling us we had to pass this bill before Copenhagen or the world as we knew it would end. Now, that came complete with a protest in the gallery, an interruption of parliamentary debate, which we could even call a mini prorogation during that moment of protest during the question period. Now, if one looks at the situation a little more closely, we see that it was not absolutely imperative to pass this bill before Copenhagen. First of all, if the bill had passed the House of Commons, it would still not be law because it could never have passed in the Senate before Copenhagen. Secondly, I think anyone who was observing the goings-on, the negotiations, the deliberations at Copenhagen would understand that President Obama and the leaders of big nations like China and India had a lot of other things to deal with and a lot of other things on their mind other than a private member's bill by the fourth party in the House of Commons. So I think that was unfortunate spin because it creates a kind of cynicism about the environmental movement. However, now I'd like to move on, Madam Speaker, to the spin that comes from the other side of the House, the spin of the climate change deniers, Madam Speaker. That is even worse. That is even worse because it is creating this false belief in public opinion that we do not have a problem. And we do have a problem. And as the honourable member from Thunder Bay mentioned, the science is never exact. It is a question of probabilities. But the fact that we do not have absolutes in climate change science does not mean that we should not do anything. So, Madam Speaker, I think it's very important that we address the issue of climate change denial, which many members on the other side can be said to be climate change deniers. Now, Madam Speaker, during the debate on this bill, during the debate that preceded Copenhagen, I remember driving home to Montreal in my car, listening to the radio, and hearing advertisements by a group called Friends of Science, which claimed in very strong baritone voices that climate change is just a myth, that global warming is caused by the sun. At one point I thought I was listening to an outtake from Saturday Night Live, and I wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry, but unfortunately it was a serious attempt to derail public opinion against action on climate change. Madam Speaker, if I may just address the scientific issues as best I can as a non-scientist, it is very clear that human activity since the Industrial Revolution is adding to CO2 in the atmosphere. One just has to, there are measurements of CO2 in the atmosphere. I think we're now at 385 parts per million, whereas for 10,000 years we were at 280 parts per million. And then when the Industrial Revolution came along in the 1750s, the amount of carbon in the atmosphere started to rise. And this is measurable. This is fact. We also know that temperatures are rising. I mean, we can measure this. And there's a hockey stick phenomenon, as we all know, where CO2 is level until we hit the Industrial Revolution, and then it goes up quite drastically. And, of course, we see temperatures go up. Now, the climate change deniers say, well, we don't have really good readings of temperatures because the temperature monitoring stations are in urban areas, and urban areas are hot spots, and therefore the readings are all wrong. But that myth has been put to rest because we see that the readings in urban areas are really no different from the readings elsewhere. Now, there is another intervening factor, of course, because it's not so simple as to say, well, there's more carbon and therefore the temperature goes up as a result of the carbon in the atmosphere. There's another greenhouse gas that affects temperature readings, and of course that's water vapor. So water vapor, heats the planet up more than it otherwise would, based on the amount of carbon in the atmosphere. So these myths have been put to rest, and I think the climate change deniers, many of whom sit on the opposite side, are doing humanity and the planet a great disservice by persisting with these arguments. Now, Madam Speaker, I do not believe that these targets can be achieved if we have a conservative government in Ottawa much longer. Now, these targets, we're voting for the targets, but let's face it, every day that the conservative government is in power makes it less probable that we will reach these targets. In fact, the targets right away are very different from what is being proposed in the United States. I think if you look at what's being proposed in the United States, they're talking about a 3 to 4 to 5 to 6% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from a baseline of 1990 by the year 2020, whereas we're talking about 25%, I believe. So we're supporting this bill because it's important to put pressure on the government. It's important to start somewhere. And in fact, that's why the Liberal government signed Kyoto in the first place. We didn't have all the measures in place. We didn't know exactly how we were going to get from point A to point B. Like with any great endeavor, like with the space program, Madam Speaker, they didn't know on the day that John F. Kennedy called for putting a man on the moon. The scientists didn't have it all worked out in advance. They didn't wait till they had it all worked out in advance on their sheets of paper before making the commitment, before making the effort. So by signing the Kyoto Agreement, a Liberal government got Canadians talking about climate change. We've been debating the issue to the point where Canadians are better versed on the issue of climate change than Americans because we've been dealing with it. We've been dealing with it. Now, let me go back to the second thing a Liberal government did, and I'll remind the hecklers on the other side what the Liberal government did and what transpired around that action. The Liberal government...
Please, order.
So he should know that. The Liberal government decided to put greenhouse gases under SEPA. And I don't know if the honourable member remembers, but at that time, the Conservative opposition said, hey, that's a carbon tax. That's a carbon tax, and we're going to defeat the government for putting greenhouse gases under SEPA. I think the NDP was toying with joining the Conservatives and defeating the government on that, but I can't recall for sure. The third thing the Liberal government was about to do when it was defeated by the NDP and the Bloc and the Conservatives was to issue a regulatory plan for different industries in Canada for limiting greenhouse gas emissions, and unfortunately events transpired to prevent that from happening. But I congratulate the honourable member on his bill, and let's go on to vote.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased today to take part in the debate on Bill C-311, a very important piece of legislation. Now, I will not take all the time that I have in order to allow the greatest number of colleagues to speak, but this is fundamental because this is part of a strategy to fight against climate change. It's a Canadian strategy, but it's above all an international strategy. I remember when Canada ratified the Kyoto Protocol in '97. Later, this was consolidated by the tabling of Bill C-288, and it had it that Canada was signing international protocols and agreements on climate change. That's a very good thing, but it needs the support. It needs supportive legislation, and that is the thrust of the member at the time, because that's why he tabled Bill C-288. I'd like to talk about the very important climate change conference, which will be held in Cancun in December. Before this conference, Canada has to wake up and play a leadership role. And in order to do that, they have to start immediately inviting and urging their colleagues in the G8 to come and discuss the whole issue of climate change at the G8 and G20 summits. These discussions have to they'll be looking at financial reform, banking reform. They'll also be discussing international debt, and climate change must also be dealt with. And so it's absolutely necessary that the Environment Minister invite his counterparts in order that there be a discussion of climate change within the G8 and G20 discussions. And why, Madam Speaker? Because we know that for these international conferences of climate change, you need to prepare. This is fundamental. And if the major countries, the major players, which are the great economies and the great emerging economies, if they can't agree on a position, that compromises the success of the conference. And we also want to send a signal to Canadians and Quebecers to the effect that we want the legislative tools to fight climate change. And for this, we need legislation. So in C-311, in Clause 5, we see that there would be the means to send a clear message. What this means, Madam Speaker, is that we have to look at the change in climate vis-à-vis the beginning of the industrial era. And this is important because I'm thinking of various international studies, and they no longer hesitate to talk about a 2-degree change,
but a change in temperature of 4 to 5 degrees, and we have to make it understood by our partners, by those who are concerned, that we have to limit increase in greenhouse creating gases. We need clear objectives and specific targets. So this bill is not limited to others I've read in this or heard in this House, which set a long-term objective. And I think it's good that in this bill there's there's a target for 2050, and a decrease of 80% by 2050. But we also need something for the short term and the medium term. So why not a 20% reduction by 2020? That's what experts and scientists recommend in order to limit temperature increase. This bill further has the advantage of using all available options to achieve these objectives, which are the implementation of a real carbon exchange. And this is what we've been recommending for a very long time, at least 10 years. The entire Montreal market prepared for this. At the end of the 90s, there was an agreement with the Toronto Stock Exchange, and Montreal had decided to specialize in derivatives. And there were specialists from the Quebec financial area who said, look, there's the carbon exchange. This is a very interesting derivative product, and this is where the Montreal Stock Exchange can contribute. And this set the scene for the carbon exchange in Montreal. But with this, we'd have to wait at least a year or two to see the implementation of a carbon exchange in Canada, whereas everything is ready for one in Montreal. Now, the Environment Minister 2 years ago patted himself on the back because he said he had started the climate market in Montreal, but here we are 2 years later, and that minister's successor has put everything on ice. So what we have here is a government which refuses to set goals that are in keeping with scientists' recommendations. And this is a government which will not look at the options provided for in Kyoto, but that would also have allowed more people to fight climate change. So this is a government that has decided to just stand idly by. And I remember when I was in the House in 1990, I made the same speech as 1997.
So I listened to the Reformist and Alliance members say that climate change was a natural phenomenon, that there was no link between human activity and an increase in temperatures. And yet, Madam Speaker, here we are again, back at the starting blocks. We are once again rehashing this issue. How long will we be doing this for? I'm not sure, but one thing is for certain, and that is that in June we have a golden opportunity with the G20 summit to put the issue on the agenda and ensure that the G20, which is comprised of important partners and stakeholders, so that they can agree on an agenda for the Cancun conference in December. And that is the fundamental reason why I believe that this bill is part of a broad-based strategy for climate change, the fight against climate change, that it should help with the G8 summit, and it would be a strong signal from this House if we were to support Bill C-311. I'd like to thank the member for introducing this bill, and with great honour that we'll be voting in favour of it.
Well, member for Halifax, and I should advise the honourable member that I will have to interrupt her in about 6 minutes.
minutes?
Or a little less than that, perhaps 5.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in the limited time that we do have left, I'll just leap into the debate and say that we're at a critical point where we need to confront climate change head on. But we're also at a critical point where we as a country can seize this moment and see it as an opportunity. My friends across the House have tried to scare Canadians into believing that committing to reducing greenhouse gases is going to be bad for jobs, it'll be bad for the communities, it'll be bad for the economy. They are very carefully constructing a culture of fear. And we know that this has to be a fear campaign because making a commitment to fight climate change is actually an opportunity. Madam Speaker, it's an opportunity to grow our economy, to foster innovation, and to be leaders when it comes to research and development in renewables and energy efficiency and other green technologies. We know historically that certain technologies have created waves of innovation and that nations can position, if they can position themselves strategically within these dynamics, they'll achieve economic performance. So this is a moment right now, Madam Speaker, exactly when this is happening, a period of change. Periods of change when new technologies break through. An event like this is an opportunity to position Canada for the next wave of innovation, and the next wave will be one based on ecologically friendly technologies. It has to be if we're going to avoid catastrophic climate change, and it will be because we're seeing governments take action, bold action around the world. This is where Canada should be, building new knowledge and expertise and encouraging entrepreneurship. Madam Speaker, I'm one of the younger members of this House. There aren't many of us who are under the age of 40, and we have only 2 members under the age of 30. And that means that we often talk about subjects that leave out youth, and we leave out subjects that youth often talk about. We talk about pensions all the time, but when do we talk about post-secondary education, or jobs for youth, or the fact that the next generation is the generation that will inherit a planet on the verge of catastrophic climate change? This is a matter of intergenerational equity. Our governments are making decisions that those decision makers don't have to live with. We're being left with this legacy, the legacy of those decisions, a crumbling education system, scraps of a social safety net, and a poisoned planet. Young Canadians deserve better than this. All Canadians deserve better than this, and Canadians want better than this. One of the most exciting things about this bill has been that it has captured the hearts and minds of Canadians. I've been getting emails and phone calls nonstop since this bill was introduced, asking, how can I help? How can I help get this bill to be passed? And the result has been such an incredible demonstration of what democracy is all about. I've been CC'd on letters to the Prime Minister and opposition members asking for swift passage of this bill. I've read countless letters to the editor by concerned constituents. I've attended panel presentations, workshops, and information sessions hosted by concerned citizens and grassroots organizations, all of whom are trying to educate their neighbors about this bill and working together as a community to try and get it passed. I've been a part of marches, of candlelight vigils, and church services, all in the name of C311. Change happens when a variety of communities work together to demand it. We need lawyers to challenge unjust laws. We need artists to tell our stories. We need organizations mobilizing communities around issues. We need citizens writing letters to the editor. We need street theater and protest songs and articles and chants and teach-ins and policy debates and film screenings. And we need elected officials introducing good legislation, raising the level of debate, and speaking the truth. I support C311 because it speaks the truth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Returning to the sponsor of the bill, the Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Superior North, for his closing comments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank all the members that have commented here today and at other times. I would especially like to thank the member from Halifax for her insightful and eloquent words just now. Members' consideration is very important given the urgent climate crisis that our country and the world faces. I was dismayed to hear the speech from the Conservative side, which said a number of non sequiturs, but I'll just pick 3. One was this idea that somehow carbon capture and storage potential has the potential to obviate the need for Bill C-311. I don't get this. If the Conservatives truly believe that carbon capture and storage is going to be effective, then they shouldn't be worried about this bill. It would be the way that they'll implement it. This bill says nothing about how we're going to do it. It sets targets and timetables and processes in place to set those targets, and if carbon capture and storage can help do it, more power to us all. The second one was he talked about all the wonderful things that various departments are doing that eliminate the need for this bill. He specifically mentioned eco-energy. Well, unfortunately, we had expert testimony from the departments that actually put eco-energy into place, and they made it very clear that they would be continuing the eco-energy program because it was a real winner, except that the government decided to remove and eliminate the funding. No. So the program that they're talking about, they killed it. If they're really proud of it, reinstitute that funding. And then the thing that bothered me the most is again and again I hear from that side of the House, that we're just going to rubber stamp. They don't use these words, but it amounts to rubber stamping U.S. policies. Yeah. I find that particularly ironic, given that the first Prime Minister of Canada, who was a Conservative, fought to keep other weaker-kneed politicians from allowing the Americans to build the Trans-Canada Railroad and build the Canada that we have today. John A. Macdonald fought hard every time other parties and other people tried to say, oh, just let the Americans do it, it'll be easier. It's been a while since we've had a Prime Minister with the courage to stand up to the Americans. I hope we get one soon. As I mentioned in this House when I introduced this bill over a year ago, you need to have a clear destination if you want to get anywhere. The destination that C-311 gives us is a temperature rise of 2 degrees Celsius or less. That's what the science tells us we need in order to avoid the truly disastrous effects of climate change. We need to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions in a prompt and orderly fashion if we hope to keep to that 2-degree limit. So the bill legislates achievable targets and keeps the government accountable to them. Canadians don't want more delay. They know they won't reach the needed reductions if we don't start soon. So the bill requires immediate action. Interim targets will have to be in place within 6 months of the bill being adopted after it passes. I was pleased to hear in this House, and over the many months that this bill was in committee, that just about all members spoke about the need, even members on the Conservative side, about the need for real action to tackle climate change. I personally have taken a constructive approach with this private member's bill, open to working with all parties on possible amendments and ways forward. After all, climate change poses such a huge threat that we cannot afford to slow or sacrifice the only climate change bill before Parliament to mere partisan politics. This issue is just too important to the future health and prosperity of all Canadians. As I mentioned earlier, we can never be 100% scientifically sure of anything. Certainly not something as complex as climate science. But what we can do is make an ethical choice using the abundant evidence we already have and err on the side of caution. We can weigh the costs and benefits of the thing we do control our response. Do we act or not act? We need to transform our economy to one that is more efficient, more productive, more competitive, and less carbon intensive. Investments that will see our economy grow almost as much as if we continue with business as usual. On the other side, I think most of us know what's going to happen.
I regret to interrupt the honourable member, but it being 7:11, the time provided for debate has expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Heyer, seconded by Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona, a move that Bill C-311, an act to ensure Canada assumes its responsibilities in preventing dangerous climate change, be now read a third time and do pass. Plaît-il à la Chambre?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
All those who are in favor of this motion, please say yea. Que tous ceux qui opposent la
All those opposed to the motion, please say nay.
In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, May the 5th, 2010, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to speak in this adjournment debate. I'll be seeking clarification regarding a question I asked in the House on the 24th of March. To begin with, I get the sense that there won't be many TV viewers in Quebec right now because we know that the Canadiens are going to win a 7th match in Washington this evening. So I think we're very much alone here this evening. But for those who may have an opportunity to come back to this debate later or who are interested in the arts and are listening right now, well, it's not that just because you like the arts that you don't like hockey. I like both. But basically, on the 24th of March, I asked the Minister of Heritage a very serious question. I spoke about the new regulatory policy for CRTC, under which there is a call for a drop in Canadian content and Quebec content requirements among radio broadcasters. And I thought that it was not a good idea to loosen these requirements. I think what we should be doing is helping people meet the criteria when it's as important as this. And I asked the Minister, could he once and for all help culture, stand up for artists? And I asked him to call on the CRTC to overturn its decision regarding foreign property. So his response wasn't very consistent or convincing. He said simply, call the CRTC, Mr. von Firkenstein. And he said, well, keep our promises. I don't know what promises he was talking about. Was it arts and culture or heritage? I've never heard any of these promises made. During the election campaign, the only promise was to cut back funding to artists to the tune of $26 million. And in the three speeches from the throne thereafter, November 2008 to February 2009 and March 2010, 3 times there was a small undertaking, and that was to bring in new copyright legislation. But this first promise was a year and a half ago, and we still haven't seen anything done. What I asked the Minister to do, and what I'm reiterating now, is that he should stand behind artists, that he should defend them each and every time they are attacked in some way, and each time that they need his help. And what he responds far too often, and what he says to artists, is that he doesn't want consumers to be disadvantaged. Well, royalties on MP3s, for example, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, is he the Minister for Canadian Heritage, or is he the Minister for Consumers? Perhaps there's another minister responsible for consumers. What we expect from him within his caucus and within his cabinet is for him to say, well, by doing this or by doing that, you're going to forsake artists and creators. But he doesn't stand behind artists. And that leads us to the conclusion that he doesn't have an understanding of the arts, that he doesn't know the arts, that he doesn't like the arts. Is that already 4 minutes? Unbelievable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here this evening to speak to this issue. I'd like to join the member in wishing the Montreal Canadiens well this evening and the entire Montreal Canadiens fan base. Obviously I'd love to see another Canadian team continue on in their drive towards the Stanley Cup Championship. So for everybody watching in Quebec and otherwise in places like Peterborough where there are strong connections to the Canadians, I wish them well this evening. In response to the issues brought forward by the honourable member, I think there's a couple of things that we need to note in this question. First of all, the CRTC is responsible for regulating and supervising all aspects of the Canadian broadcasting system. And it's the CRTC's responsibility to establish Canadian broadcast regulations such as Canadian content thresholds for all broadcast distribution undertakings. Canadians are increasingly seeking content on multiple platforms, Madam Speaker, and the CRTC's new approach is designed to give broadcasters greater flexibility to offer high-quality programs that are of interest to Canadians, and seeks to emphasize the creation of Canadian programs rather than prescribing where and when they should be shown. The group licensing approach that the members spoke to applies only to the large English language private, conventional and discretionary television stations, namely CTV Globe Media, CanWest Television and Rogers or City TV. While the lowering of the Canadian content from 60 to 55% of the broadcast year applies to all conventional television stations, the CRTC has maintained the current requirement that stations devote at least 50% of evening broadcast from 6 to midnight each night to the broadcast of Canadian programs. In 2011, however, Madam Speaker, the CRTC will turn its full attention to the French language market when it reviews the licenses and the obligations of TVA and V, or formerly TQS. The interests of Canadians, including Quebecers, are well served by the existing legislative and regulatory framework. It enables French language communities in Quebec and elsewhere in the country to participate in and contribute to the development of a broadcasting system that reflects their needs, circumstances, and expectations. Now, on other issues brought forward by the member, in addition to this question, Madam Speaker, she talked about support for the arts, I think, more broadly, and also whether or not the Minister appreciates the arts. I don't think there's any question that given this Minister's record and this government's record in fighting for the arts, in fact, in devoting record spending and record investments, and that's what it really is, investments into one of the country's largest drivers of the economy. The arts sector is a massive driver of the economy. It's also a big part of our soul as a nation. That's why we've stepped up. That's why we've provided record funding for things like the Canada Council. It's why we've provided record funding for the Canada Music Fund. It's why we've, and by the way, made a 5-year commitment to that fund. It's also why we've created the new Canada Media Fund. Madam Speaker, in these things and other things, we just continue to emphasize our government's commitment to the arts here in Canada. Big part of our culture, big part of who we are as Canadians. That's why we support it.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Thank you. The Parliamentary Secretary, Madam Speaker, is demonstrating exactly what I spoke about. Instead of demonstrating his love for the arts, he says that he is surprised, that he says that he appreciates artists' creativity. He talked about funding, etc. But where was he? Where was the Minister of Heritage when Google attacked artists and creators? He said, if you're not happy, we're going to digitalise all your books. And if you're not happy, sue us. Where was he on the debate on foreign property? In 2002, it was a Liberal Heritage Minister, Sheila Copps, who defended the industry and artists to ensure that telecommunications companies wouldn't be taken over by foreign companies. And yet we're facing the same obstacles, and the Minister isn't defending artists. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Of course, we look forward to working with both artists and companies like Google to seek out the opportunities that are there for Canadian artists and expanding into new markets. We know that new platforms are emerging, and the way that Canadians and, frankly, people of the world globally wish to enjoy or take in the arts, appreciate music, programs, shows, books, otherwise, those platforms are changing, they're emerging. And one of the great potentials for this country is to get on the front side of that curve and to meet that challenge. We're going to need a number of things to happen. First of all, the participation and support of the opposition parties will go a long way in assisting us, but also we need to make sure that whenever possible we're providing the support, like through initiatives like the Canada Music Fund, like the Canada Media Fund, like our support of the Canada Council for the Arts. This is what our government's doing to make sure that we're meeting this new emerging platform. Thank you.
The motion that the House do now adjourn is deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.1 of the Standing Order 24.1.